House resumes and debate continues. Yes, Honorable Pinard, you may proceed. You are recognized by the chair.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and to the members of this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, my first part is to really just give some response to the acting leader of the opposition, but I see he's not here yet. So hopefully he'll be able to catch my remarks to him on YouTube at a later time. But Mr. Speaker, the acting opposition leader, as he self-dubbed himself, we can all agree that he gave his full support to the budget that was presented here on Friday. He had some suggestions on how we might be able to improve life in the country, of various programs and so on. But generally, he had no objection, he had no problems with anything that was in the budget. The honorable member spent a bit of time speaking about sports and youth. And so some of what he said just suggests that he might not be fully au courant, he might not be well up to date with some of the latest happenings in that area. For example, he spoke about the National Sports Council, and that was enacted and passed by cabinet and late last year, and it is in effect, and they are meeting, they are functional, and they are giving the government good advice, for example, on the Sports Act. The the member spoke about like basically sports in general. We would also like to inform him about the number of fields, playing fields, the good work that we are doing, upgrading our playing fields all over the country, especially in the rural areas. We have been on a drive to put lighting in many of these playing fields, and we are continuing with that. I think we have 8 fields that are nearing upgrades at this time, and the Dublin playing field, thankfully, is one of those. We have already begun some work on the synthetic track in Portsmouth. We are doing some site preparations as we speak. And we have already, again, as informed by the Prime Minister recently at a press conference, we are going full speed ahead with the lighting of the sports stadium, with our Windsor Park Sports Stadium, and that will be at the cost of millions of dollars to the government of Dominica. Mr. Speaker, on top of all those things, we continue to give scholarships to our sportsmen and women. So basically where they can go to universities, pursue their bachelor's degree while they continue to improve and perfect on their skills. We have allocated significant sums, I believe over $3 million to the Dominica Youth Business Trust. That is a unit that is dedicated to assisting our youth in business, giving them much needed training, hand-holding, and still wherever possible, we give the youth a grant, a startup grant, so that they can get going and build up their nascent businesses. At the Small Business Support Unit, we're also instituting a national apprenticeship program where we will be doing something similar, where we will be giving training, we'll be doing some hand-holding and mentorship to our youth, and we will also be giving some grants to qualifying youth at the end of this program. So, Mr. Speaker, again, we want to thank the member from Marigot for his pertinent and remarks, and we thank him again for his support to the budget. We take note of all his suggestions, and I think we have clarified some of the areas where he might just not have been properly up to date, but he can rest assured that the government is laser focused on education, our youth, and sports, and I think we can see the benefit of that. Up to last week, the government spent $15,000. That was not budgeted, that is out of budget, to help send the Dublin playing field to participate in a regional competition. We have seen success over the past year in the Olympics. Our athletes are doing well. We are bringing in medals. And so we are seeing the benefit of the government's investment in our youth. And we are very thankful for those things, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the budget, Oh, by the way, Mr. Speaker, please allow me once in a while to refer to my notes.
Permission granted.
Yes. Mr. Minister, Speaker, I want to give my full and unequivocal support to the remarkable budget that was presented by Dr. Mark on Friday. Before I go too much into it, allow me to thank God for giving us, me, myself, and this government the strength and the courage to continue with the important work that we are doing. Allow me to say good afternoon to the constituents of the Colihaut constituency, especially those who pray for me every day, who send their best wishes, who give me their time, who give me their effort, and who just do whatever they can do to assist with the work on the ground, Mr. Speaker. These are the people that gives us the courage to continue to go through the challenging times, and they are the ones that we can sit and smile with when we see the fruit of our efforts, Mr. Speaker. They are the reason that we keep going as parliamentarians, because this is not an easy job, Mr. Speaker. And finally, we want to thank God for our family that's very understanding and giving us the latitude to do what we need to do on an ongoing basis. Mr. Speaker, the budget was actually one of the best I have heard. Dr. Mack, I believe Dr. Mack knows that he had something good in his hand, because every word, every sentence was rendered with by a man that understood what he was doing. He knew the place in history. He knew that this budget was one for the times, and he was delivering it accordingly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Prime Minister for his leadership in helping put this budget together, his guidance. The Prime Minister continues to amaze us every single day. His input, his insights is just so comprehensive. I want to thank the cabinet members who contributed to helping craft this budget. I want to thank the financial secretary, the cabinet secretary, and the other permanent secretaries that did the on-the-ground work in putting the budget together, Mr. Speaker. Everybody came together to put this remarkable budget together, and it is themed Balancing Resilient Development and Fiscal and Discipline for Sustainable Growth. I think this is a very well appropriate theme for these times, and this budget is a true reflection of the depth that is behind this government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the budget is one that shows that this government is in touch with its people, that this government understands its people, that this government is connected and is empathetic to the plight of its people. And this is the government that will do whatever it is within its power to do to help ease the burden on its people, to improve the well-being of our people. Mr. Speaker, we are in challenging times. International events such as the 2008 financial crisis, we have wars, we have pandemics, we have natural disasters, all these things taking place all the time, seemingly at an accelerated rate. And all these things have conspired, Mr. Speaker, over the past few years to lead to serious increases in prices. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, 2020, when we had COVID-19, the entire world was shut down. Productivity stopped, shipping stopped, everything came to a standstill. Goods were not being manufactured. There was demand, but there was not supply. And that led to a significant increase in prices at the time, Mr. Speaker. And while we were in the middle of that COVID-19, still reeling from the ever increasing prices, then here comes the Russia-Ukraine war. That war caused an even further exacerbation in the prices. And then that war is still ongoing today. And then we had Israel-Palestinian war that came on top of the Russia-Ukraine war, adding more fire to the fuel, causing prices to rise even further. And then that war is still ongoing today as well. And then without that war still finishing, Israel and Iran began another war, adding more fire to the fuel. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't know where we're going. It's just event after event continuing to cause the prices to go higher and higher. And, Mr. Speaker, the people just can't keep up. And we understand that. So, as a government, we're looking not just at the short term, but we're looking at the long term. We have many capital projects, various capital projects ongoing as we speak. You know, we have the international airport, we have the marina, we have the cable car, we have roads being constructed, we have schools being constructed, hotels being constructed, we have our investments in agriculture, and so on. But we cannot look at the people and tell them, hey, there's nothing much we can do for you now. You have to hold on because our money is tied up in those things here. We can't really address the high cost of living at this time. We can't do that, Mr. Speaker. You can't tell somebody to hold on, wait for 2 years while I finish an airport there before I can give you a little relief, before you can eat well again, Mr. Speaker. So we have to address the plight of the people now, today. And this budget, Mr. Speaker, I think it went as far as possible in doing that. Mr. Speaker, I want to make mention of the additional relief being given to the goods that have been imported, the additional goods added to the no VAT list, and the additional goods added to the no duty list, import duties list. Mr. Speaker, again, these items, they are the bread and butter of what every ordinary family needs to take care of its food needs on an ongoing basis. We don't have no luxury items in there. This is just the basic bread and basket, and I think that the measures will be very impactful in ensuring that families can afford to buy food, can at least to help families afford to buy food and to be able to feed their families. But Mr. Speaker, I also want to take note of the reduction in the excise tax that were being given to the vehicles being purchased that are less than 10 years old. Now, we're not in a time when vehicles are a luxury as much as it used to be before. Vehicles are essential needs right now. Most people live in different areas where buses don't go on a regular basis. But even without that, Mr. Speaker, I don't think anybody can begrudge a family for wanting to have a vehicle. Anybody can want to have a vehicle to just improve their well-being, to be able to take their family out on a Sunday drive, to go and visit some of our natural sites. So, Mr. Speaker, we can't say that you don't need that, that is not a necessity. No, we have to give the support wherever possible. And so I want to applaud the move to reduce the excise tax on the import of vehicles under 10 years, Mr. Speaker. And why is 10 years important? Because it will allow people to be able to afford a younger vehicle. Now, having a younger vehicle, Mr. Speaker, will mean that you will have to spend less on maintenance and you will have to spend less on repairs. And that basically means, Mr. Speaker, more money will stay in your pocket, more money that can go towards offsetting the increase in the cost of living that we're experiencing and that the world is experiencing at this time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also have to recognize that, like the theme of the budget said, fiscal discipline. We cannot, while we want to do more, for example, we would love to be able to do away with all income taxes. We would love to be able to do away with, any kind of a tax on people. Let people be able to hold their money and do what they want with it. We must be fiscally disciplined. And so we understand and we support the reinstatement of the road levy. The road levy was a necessary reinstatement, Mr. Speaker. People cannot expect on an ongoing basis to be always complaining about the potholes, 2 potholes there or there. And I mean, that is nothing compared to what was there before this government took office, Mr. Speaker. Before this government took office, you would not be able to drive a car. Oh, you're driving a car. Before this government took office, your car would be taking blows. So the little potholes we see on the road right now is nothing compared to what was there before. But we have gotten accustomed to having excellent roads. We have gotten accustomed to basically just relaxing in our state and driving straight without having to shift. So when we do hit that 1 or 2 potholes, Mr. Speaker, it's like a big shock to us. And so, we complain. Before we didn't have Facebook, we didn't have the ability to just go and put everything on media. So now it's looking like the problem is worse than it was before, but it's really not. But nonetheless, we still need to address the few holes that are there, Mr. Speaker. And so it's understandable that we had to increase the levy to allow the government to be able to do more maintenance, more proper maintenance on those roads, Mr. Speaker. So some measures are necessary if we are to maintain our fiscal discipline. Now, Mr. Speaker, the world we're living in right now, it's just a little bit colder, a little bit more isolated, than it used to be before. Countries that led by good example, countries that was at the front in terms of giving aid to the smaller countries, to the weaker countries, they have shifted their positions. Everybody seems to be looking more towards them first, and in many instances, them alone, actually. So, the support, the international support that was there for little countries like ours is not as readily available. But we thank God for the friends that we have. They might not be able to take care of everything, but they do as much as they can, and we thank God for them. And Mr. Speaker, the high inflation, the ever increasing cost of living, Mr. Speaker, that is happening at the most precarious time. It's happening whilst the world is going and experiencing the impacts of climate change. Our residents, Mr. Speaker, along the coastlines, they are at constant risk from flooding. The hurricanes, we're getting more of them, and they are more stronger than they used to be before, Mr. Speaker. And the sad thing about it, Mr. Speaker, is that we in Dominica, we are not the root cause of those things. We are not the drivers of climate change. But we are the ones who are bearing the brunt of the impact. In the budget presentation on Friday, Dr. Mack mentioned that we are one of 8 countries who now have a zero carbon footprint. But we are still the ones that have to run away every time it rains because we're experiencing flooding, the sea coming into our homes and so on. So it's not as fair as we would like it to be, Mr. Speaker. The other thing about it, Mr. Speaker, is that whenever we have those natural disasters, then we get a lot of pledges for aid. A lot of the larger countries in particular, those who are able to afford, the developed countries, they will make those pledges. But the ability to access those pledges is often burdensome. And so they are not as forthcoming as we'd want them to be, Mr. Speaker. And the other sad part about it is, Mr. Speaker, is that coming out from those very countries and they are aided by local pressure groups. There is persons, Mr. Speaker, that have no interest in the well-being of the nation in general. People that do not care about the well-being of the vulnerable, they do not care about what happens with the country. Their own selfish political ambition is the primary thing driving them. Now, these people, they side with opposition forces internationally to put pressure on our CBI program. And every opportunity they get, Mr. Speaker, these people will tarnish our name in international circles and so on. But over the years, Mr. Speaker, this government has continued to strengthen our CBI program. Okay, we are constantly revising our SROs, and we are trying to keep ahead or in line with our ever-shifting goalposts. But it isn't easy, given that much need and giving that much relief to our citizens isn't easy when your main source of income, the largest contributor to our recurring budget, is always under constant attack. It's kind of giving you pause as to how far ahead you can go, how much you can rely on that in the long term. But we are doing what we have to do. And what we would like to see, Mr. Speaker, is more for people putting pressure against those people putting pressure on us to tell them stop it. They need to know that the people is not supporting them. The CBI program, we understand the importance of it. The CBI program is funding most of our major capital investments. The CBI program is funding most of our social programs. And we need to stop the constant attacks, especially from inside, against the CBI program, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, this inflationary environment is coming on the heels of significant number of natural disasters we have faced over the past decade plus, Mr. Speaker. We all recall the 2013 Christmas Eve trough. Now that resulted in millions of dollars worth of damage. And then following that, soon after, 2 years later, we were struck by Tropical Storm Erica. And then in 2017, we were hit by Hurricane Maria. And then here comes COVID-19 from 2019 to 2022. COVID-19 hasn't exactly left, but the brunt of it subsided in around 2022. And whilst many would like us to pretend, Mr. Speaker, that these events did not take place or we need to move away from them, they don't have no relevance today, we would like to remind them, Mr. Speaker, that our debt ratio, the debt to GDP ratio, did not go from 60% to about 98% just because of fiscal imprudence or fiscal mismanagement. The majority of our debt ratio is as a result of the response, the measures that we take to respond to those natural disasters and those outside shocks, the external shocks that we have been faced with over the past decade plus, Mr. Speaker. And added to that, we need to also remind the public that when this government took office in 2000, it essentially inherited a bankrupt state. So we, as soon as we will put in measures in place to organize ourselves financially to be able to move forward and build that dynamic, that future Dominica, we are constantly embedded with these natural disasters and these other external issues that are putting pressures, serious pressure on our financial condition. So at this juncture, we are hell-bent on maintaining our fiscal discipline. Our target this year in this budget is to have a 1% primary surplus, and that is we are expected to be targeting a 2% in next year and beyond, Mr. Speaker. So we just want to commend the government for maintaining that focus and for recognizing that the fiscal discipline is essential for us to be able to keep our good rating and for us to be able to afford the capital projects, the social programs, and everything else that will be reliant on our good financial condition, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, in addition to obviously using the CBI program to fund much of our capital project, our fiscal discipline is exhibited by the fact that, for example, we did not rush ahead to build the cruise village or to do the new cargo port. We knew that this would be expensive undertaking, and these things you cannot go into with debt, and obviously not everything that you want can be funded by the CBI program. So we went ahead and we sought a partner to work with, and we want to thank ABL Development for agreeing to partner with us for the construction of the new cruise village and the new cargo port, Mr. Speaker. Now, whilst maintaining our discipline, Mr. Speaker, and transforming our economy, all right, we are continuing to build the investments that will be the bedrock of the future Dominica, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned earlier the various capital projects that we are currently building. And on top of that, we have our schools and our investments in education. We have 6 new schools being constructed. We have the Technical Center of Excellence being constructed on the site of the old Goodwill Primary School. We have our ongoing investments in agriculture. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we have our investments in small business. And Mr. Speaker, as the Minister for Small Business, I was truly glad, I would say glad, to hear the number of times that small business was mentioned in that budget on Friday, Mr. Speaker. It just shows that the government recognizes and appreciates the role that small businesses play in our economic development. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, whilst we are going on with our capital projects, the government is continuing with our social programs, Mr. Speaker. For the elderly, we are maintaining our Yes We Care program. We are maintaining the non-contributors pension. We are maintaining the free care for all our medical facilities. We are maintaining our NEP caregivers. We are maintaining the housing program. All of these are in support of our seniors, Mr. Speaker. And for our youth, our children and our youth, we will continue with our free uniforms, our school books, our transportation to and from school. We will continue covering the tuition for our Dominica State College students. We will continue to fund and support the Dominica Youth Business Trust that provides training, mentorship, and financing for aspiring young business owners. We will continue with our university scholarships, our free medical care at government facilities for everybody under 18. We continue with the NEP internships for our youth, where they can gain valuable experience that will position them to get good jobs in the future. And for our low-income families, Mr. Speaker, some years ago, we enacted the NEP program, and we have maintained and we have actually strengthened the beautification program. Mr. Speaker, we can all recall the condition of the roadsides before the NEP program was effected. I mean, we had shrubs and bushes growing along the road, and that was actually very dangerous, Mr. Speaker. But since the enactment of the NEP beautification program, in many parts, especially in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, we have the roadsides looking like well kept and manicured front lawns, Mr. Speaker. And so we all have a great big thank you to say to the NEP beautification teams. But Mr. Speaker, despite all the challenges that we have faced and we have overcome, and all that we are still fighting, and all that we are still trying to overcome, we get the sense that the people do not see or they do not properly appreciate what it took to get us to this point, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it takes leadership. It takes strong leadership to get us through our darkest periods. We all felt the weight of loss when so many of our people lost lives during Tropical Storm Erica. Our hearts were shredded when we saw the total destruction from Hurricane Maria. We can all remember the fear when we saw the great potential of lost lives during the COVID-19 pandemic. But we are here today, Mr. Speaker. We have relocated entire communities. We have taken them away from the dangerous zones and brought them to safe and peaceful locations. And before that, before we were able to build houses to relocate them, we bear the cost of renting for them and the cost of supporting them financially, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we undertook millions of dollars in investments to house people during COVID-19 pandemic. People who were infected were moved to some of our top hotels. Actually, I heard some people saying they can't wait to get infected because, go and lie down in that AC and enjoy that good food and watch TV. It was just, these people were living the life, Mr. Speaker, at the expense of the government. But that was necessary to ensure that we protected the population from infection, because at that time there was so much uncertainty. No one knew for sure how deadly COVID-19 would actually be. And there was fear that if this thing took hold, Dominica would be in serious problem, Mr. Speaker. And so the government did what it had to do to take care of our people during that time. Mr. Speaker, I think speaking about COVID-19, we can all, I can recall, and I'm sure all of us would be able to recall, when finally vaccines were made available in Dominica. And I mean, that took leadership to get vaccines in Dominica. We don't have any serious research and development labs in Dominica, but we were the first to receive COVID-19 vaccines in the Caribbean, to the point where, Mr. Speaker, we were able to share with our neighbors. Now, Mr. Speaker, you don't get that just by chance. You get that because of great leadership, because of building great relationships, and that is what the Honorable Prime Minister was able to do with India, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to highlight here is the importance of leadership. And what I'm trying to say is that the people of Dominica must not forget those things. We cannot, now is not the time for us to be fidgeting around with, what if we try somebody else? What if maybe that other person was in charge? And so on. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine if any government other than this Labour Party government was in charge over the past 15 years with all what we have faced? Are we confident, Mr. Speaker, that we would be in this position we are today, where you can go outside and see beautiful houses and see people going to work and see transport driving, and we can enjoy the sunshine, we can enjoy our natural sites? Mr. Speaker, I am not so confident that Dominica would be in the state it is today if we did not have the Dominica Labour Party in charge. And Mr. Speaker, I would shrivel, I would really fear to think about anybody else being in charge if we have to face any of those things in the future, Mr. Speaker. So what I want the Dominican public to know is that, it might sound cliche, but leadership matters. stability matters. And the Dominican Labour Party is the one that gives us that. Yes. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the Ministry of Labour, as the minister responsible for small business, I just mentioned that, it really touched my heart to see the number of times that small business was mentioned in the budget presentation. And Mr. Speaker, I am so exceptionally proud of how much my government recognizes and appreciates the role that small business play in our economy. To see that small business is at the heart of this government. We understand that small business, they are the heart of the economy. They are resilient, they are innovative, they create jobs. And we are not saying that, Mr. Speaker, in the sense that we always pound in small business to suggest that we do not appreciate big businesses. We understand and we love our big businesses too, Mr. Speaker. Big businesses, they create jobs as well. Big businesses, they drive exports. Big businesses, they provide essential services. But small businesses are the ones we are more passionate to. And big businesses really can't succeed, they really can't do well without a vibrant small business sector, Mr. Speaker. So we are putting our focus on our small business. And the reality of it, Mr. Speaker, is that big businesses can and should be able to afford to do a lot of the things that we as a government do to help support our small businesses. So, to put it simply, they do not need us as much as the small businesses do, Mr. Speaker. I want to just take a moment to just recognize some of the small business owners that that go out every day, Mr. Speaker, and they brace the weather. If you're working for a big business, a bank or a telecommunication company or a utility company, where you have job security and stability, it is you cannot easily understand the experience, Mr. Speaker. You know your salary show at the end of the month, so they cannot easily understand what a small business, the mindset of a small business person, that know they have to get up, go out there every day and do what it takes, because this is what is necessary so that they can earn $1 today to take care of themselves, to take care of their families, to send their children to school, to put food on the table, Mr. Speaker. And so I just really want to applaud them and thank them for the effort they make every day. And I'll give some special mention to some people, some small business people in my community, people like Philia, people like Molly, Teresa, Aina in Colihaut, people like Zetmer, and people like Celia Butran in Dubla, she's doing her thing. And then we have Boydie, we have Wapi, we have Jerry in Portsmouth. Jerry is mostly a fisherman, but he's also all around there. And he's an excellent guy, and he gives good support in the community. So I just really want to tell these people that we see them and we appreciate everything that they do every day, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the past year, the Ministry of Labour and Small Business Development, we entered a period of both transition and growth as we sought to solidify our place as a premier contributor to our nation's development. Frankly speaking, Mr. Speaker, the past fiscal year for us was about putting the right structure in place, strengthening our institutional framework and listening to our partners, and laying the foundation down for bigger and better things to come. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, despite this transitionary period, despite this planning and building period, we still delivered significantly on our mandate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all across this nation, small businesses are the hearts of our economy. They are the ones hiring our people. They are the ones circulating cash in our communities. They are the ones innovating and keeping our culture alive through food, through fashion, through craft, through technology and creativity. And this government, Mr. Speaker, recognizes their power, not just as economic participants, but as economic leaders. We know that the average Dominican prefers to take a drink by a bar along some highway or chill out on the boulevard on a Friday night, and than they would go to a fancy restaurant. Generally, people prefer to just go on the get to pull up with their friends, take a drink by watching Colihaut. You're not gonna get Colihaut people going to some 5-star or 4-star restaurant like that, Mr. Speaker. So these small businesses is at the heart of our country, it's heart of our culture. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, this government has placed the support to the small business at such high heights. We recognize that they are an indispensable part of our daily lives. The village bar is creating 1 or 2 jobs, Mr. Speaker. You might be able to find some connection or some concussion at a bar that you might not find anywhere else, not just in the country, but in the world. I fondly remember, Mr. Speaker, going to this bar on the Grand Savannah, overlooking the ocean, where I had some kind of a drink that had scorpion in it, that scorpion alcohol. I mean, that was many years ago, Mr. Speaker, but I've never forgotten that. So small businesses, they are innovative. They create new things and they leave lasting memories on their customers, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the little nuances that big businesses are unable to do. When you get a whiskey or black label, it's the same thing all over the world and it's not going to leave any lasting memory. But when you take a scorpion drink, Mr. Speaker, you're going to remember that for the rest of your life. And so that is the little added value that the small business will add, the little spice that the small business added, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the past year, almost $5 million out of the $27.8 million was lent to small businesses through the soft loan facility at the Aid Bank. So effectively, we have only about $500,000 left on that loan, Mr. Speaker. We started off with 27.8. 27.3 has already been committed. We have given loans for 27.3. $25.8 million of those loans have been disbursed. 549 people benefited from those facilities. And so by any measure, Mr. Speaker, that soft loan facility at the Aid Bank was a resounding success. And we really want to thank the management and staff of the Aid Bank for expertly managing and executing that facility, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the past year, at the Small Business Support Unit, we gave 21 businesses receive grant funding, and that totaled $144,000. We processed multiple fiscal incentive licenses that is helping small businesses bring in duty-free equipment, raw materials, appliances, and tools. More than 150 entrepreneurs across the country got trained in areas such as customer service, marketing, HR, financial management. And Mr. Speaker, we didn't just stop there. Our businesses were present and visible at our Tea Village Choir in 2024. We had our Northern Trade Show in Portsmouth. We sent people to represent us at international expos, like in Venezuela and in China. They were accompanied by staff of the small business unit along with some small business owners themselves. So we were out there showing off our skills, showing off our products, and representing Dominica admirably, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we brought business support straight to the people. We provided one-on-one guidance at their place of operations through our hand-holding initiative. We listened to the small business owner. We took notes and we improved our service delivery. But Mr. Speaker, we have only just begun. Because while we are celebrating our intermittent success, we know that the mission is not yet complete. We still have a lot to do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this coming year, the government has committed to strengthening the small business opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the year, we embarked on the mission of filling our vacant position. So the position of Director of the Small Business Support Unit has been filled. We also created 3 new positions. That is the Executive Director of Business Support. We added the Coordinator of the Public-Private Sector Relations, Industry, Commerce, and Innovation. And that is in keeping with the pronouncement of the 2024 budget to increase collaboration between the public and the private sectors. And we created the post of Marketing and Communications Officer. And so that position here was created to enhance the unit's ability to fulfill its one-stop shop promise as well as to enhance the work and the programs of the small business unit and the ministry in general. We did not just do this ad hoc, Mr. Speaker, or through our own tuition. Mr. Speaker, every year before preparing or whilst preparing for the budget, we hold small business consultations where we listen to the issues and the advice coming from small business owners. We also interact with our small business owners at the various activities that we put on, like the TV Large, like the trade shows, and when we visit them in their own property. So we took on all their advice, all their suggestions, and so we have made these moves so that we can enhance the support that we are giving to them as we move forward to drive small businesses in this country, Mr. Speaker. So what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, what we have done was not merely an administrative shift. Not only did we create jobs, we took very bold steps to ensure that our support to the small business sector is sufficiently comprehensive and appropriate for the high position that we have them. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that it will all fall apart if we do not have a small business sector driving the economy. Let us be clear. We are in no delusion as to our place in this world, Mr. Speaker. We do not at this time have the population or the resources to just undertake major, big businesses, big projects. And so we have to go through the small businesses, and then we have to help them start up, we have to help them build up, and we have to help them grow. We have to help them grow, we have to help them be able to not just supply our local market, but hopefully create products that meet in the standards, that meet in the volume, where they can be able to supply a good export market as well, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we have also invested in training our staff. In addition to increasing the number of officers at the small business unit, we also invested in staff training to ensure that the staff are better equipped, they are better qualified. We have given them the tools they need to provide the highest quality support to our small business community, Mr. Speaker. In the coming year, we will finalize and adopt our small business policy and the legislation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have heard about this policy for a while now, but I'm pleased to report that we're about to bring a paper to Cabinet where we will confirm the engagement of an expert who will review, consult, and help develop the small business policy. And that was in conjunction with the Canada CARICOM Expert Deployment Mechanism, the CCEDM, Mr. Speaker. So with that assistance, we fully expect that the small business policy will be meeting international standards and it will be ready before the end of this financial year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the small business unit, we are embarking on a national apprenticeship program. Now, that will be a bold and strategic initiative designed to bridge the gap between education and employment. This program will provide hands-on industry-relevant training opportunities for unemployed youth. Participants of this training will receive a stipend to support their transportation and their basic needs while they are in the training. And thereafter, they will also benefit from a grant, and we hope to actively collaborate with the Dominica Technical and Vocational Education Training Program to ensure that skills certificates to the NVQ and the CVQ levels are handed out at the trainings. In addition, Mr. Speaker, as an incentive, we will, as we said, give them the grants, and we will continue to work with them as they start up the business. We will visit them regularly. We will give them hands-on advice and hands-on training. The idea here, Mr. Speaker, is not to just be looking for jobs for our small people. I mean, that is important, and wherever we can, we do look for jobs for our people. But the objective here, Mr. Speaker, really is to turn our young people into the creators of jobs. So we don't just want you looking for jobs, we want you to be the ones to make jobs and to give jobs. So that is the whole point behind the apprenticeship program, Mr. Speaker. In addition to the highly anticipated TV Large Quail that is upcoming, Mr. Speaker, we will host 2 major trade shows. There is one in the north and one in the south. And we will have 2 mini exhibitions. The Honorable Wenham Shepherd can attest to the success of the trade show, the mini trade show we had in Portsmouth last year. The, the overriding sentiment is that it should not have just been for one day. Everybody wanted it to be for 2, maybe even 3 days. So we have taken this under advisement, and it is likely this year that the trade show, especially the one in Portsmouth, will be for approximately 2 days, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we understand that no government, not even this strong Dominican Labour Party, can do it alone. And so that is why in this fiscal year, we are going to deepen our structured engagement with the private sector. And that will be done through the collaboration, the private-public sector collaboration committee and other national platforms. Now, we will convene sector-specific roundtables, strengthen our memorandum of understandings with the Dominican Association of Industry and Commerce, and we will roll out the long-anticipated small business chapter, giving small businesses a collective voice in policy decisions. We also intend to formalize our collaboration with the Dominican Bureau of Standards to ensure that the small businesses are not just producing, but that they are producing a requisite standard that can meet both local and export requirements. And as we speak, we are currently exploring the option of signing an MOU with the National Bank of Dominica, who are in the process of establishing its own small business support unit. Mr. Speaker, public-private dialogue will be constant, honest, and solution-driven, and this ministry will lead the charge. Mr. Speaker, now considering our expanded mandate, that is why $1 million was allocated to small business support in the budget. So a strategic investment, we are making a strategic investment into Dominica's engine of growth and transformation. Mr. Speaker, in the budget on Friday, the Honorable Dr. McIntyre mentioned the minimum wage. Now that is another area of focus in terms of trying to provide some measure of relief to counter the rising cost of living, Mr. Speaker. As previously mentioned, we understand that times are hard. Goods are much more expensive today, and many low-income families simply cannot afford the higher prices on the shelves. People have to cut back on what they're buying, Mr. Speaker. As a result, and as was informed, the government and through my ministry will be reinstating the minimum wage review board, which will start its works as of the beginning of August, with the expectation that the solutions will be ready to implement by the 1st of October, Mr. Speaker. The order for the minimum wage will will cover agricultural and other unskilled workers. It will cover daily plead, factory and tourism workers. It will cover juveniles, cashiers and receptionists, salespersons, shop assistants with meals, home assistants with meals, home assistants without meals, and home assistants living in. It will cover cooks, bartenders, servers, room attendants, groundsmen, public area attendants, security guards, janitors, and other skilled laborers in the construction sector and handymen. Mr. Speaker, we have heard opposition forces in the public domain irresponsibly speaking about increasing the minimum wage, apparently with little to no regard for how it might impact on the small business or the employer, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we force an unaffordable minimum wage on a small business, it has two options. It will either cut back on jobs or it will raise prices to cover the increased expenses. And neither of these are desirable, Mr. Speaker. So what we are hoping to achieve through the review committee is to find that sweet spot, that balance, where we can raise the minimum wage without it being an unnecessary or burdensome on the small business unit. Now, what we are hoping in return, Mr. Speaker, is that with the increase in the minimum wage, with the increase in the pay, the morale of the staff will increase, their productivity will increase, their output will increase, and as a result, sales will increase. So that way, the small business will be able to afford the higher cost without it needing to either lay off people or increase the prices, which will cause further inflation, which will cause more hardships. So, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, you
yes.
have 10 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I should be able to wrap up in that time. So the work that the review committee has to do is exceptionally important at this time, Mr. Speaker, and we wish them good luck with their work. Mr. Speaker, I will move on to give a report on the Colihaut constituency. Mr. Speaker, without a doubt, I have to say that Labour has been good to the Colihaut constituency over the past year. Mr. Speaker, I am going to list the various projects and programs that the Dominican Labour Party has undertaken in my constituency over the past year. We have constructed and completed phase 2 of the river defense wall in Colihaut. We have constructed the fishermen's lockers in Biosh at the Biosh Fish Landing site. We have constructed the Dublin Fisheries Building. We have constructed the Dublin Fishermen's Ice Making Facility. We have constructed the Biosh Highway Road Edge Failure Wall. We have done significant works on the Dublin Sports Pavilion. We have had contracts handed out to our small businesses for the construction of boats under the Emergency Agricultural Livelihoods and Climate Resilient Projects, that is the ILCREP. Mr. Speaker, and these are just the major projects. The Colihaut River Wall, Mr. Speaker, I spoke earlier about our good international friends, and we can't mention the Colihaut River Wall without thanking the People's Republic of China for funding that wall, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the villagers, the people of Colihaut, has been sleeping, and they will continue to sleep a lot more peacefully, knowing that the river wall was completed right before the hurricane season. And it has already been tested, Mr. Speaker. We had some serious rainfall a couple of weeks ago that really tested the wall, and the wall stood up remarkably, Mr. Speaker. So I really want to thank the Chinese for funding that wall. While we're at it, I also want to thank the People's Republic of China for the many training sessions that it has given to constituents, Mr. Speaker. Over the year, we had a number of people go to China to benefit from the various training in agro-processing, training in agriculture. And so, Mr. Speaker, when we're speaking about international friends, when we're speaking about friendly governments, China, Mr. Speaker, is proving to be an undoubtedly strong friend to the people of Dominica. And the only thing I want to say, I want to just give Ambassador Shu Moming the message, tell him thank you. Tell him thank you let him pass on our thanks to the President of the People's Republic of China. We need to thank his government, and we need to thank the people of China for being such a dear friend to us and for giving us that consistent support on all levels, Mr. Speaker. With respect to the river wall, I want to recognize and thank Monson Rudet, Sapa, and the other guys who worked on the wall. Mr. Speaker, everybody that looked at that wall can't believe that it was constructed, that quality was constructed for the amount of money that was put into it. And that is as a result of the passion and the skill of Monson and his workers. And so we really want to commend and thank them for the excellent work that they have undertaken on that wall. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the Biosh Fisheries lockers, we want to send our thanks from the fishermen and Biosh by extension. I want to give my sincere thanks to the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Responsibility for the Blue Economy for the construction of the fishermen's lockers in Biosh. Mr. Speaker, Biosh is a fishing community, and the storage space has been severely missed since it was damaged during Hurricane Maria. However, once again, our fishermen will have this very important and long-awaited facility at their disposal. So I wish to recognize and thank Tyrone Gabriel and his crew, Kim, Jermaine, Drago, for doing an excellent work. Every single body that has looked at that building has commented on how well it was done and how clean and neat the finishing is, Mr. Speaker. Excellent construction. While we're in BOH, with respect to the road edge protection wall, I would like to thank Mr. Elvis Sabroch, for putting his heart into the construction of that wall. His dedication and commitment to the job has been remarkable, Mr. Speaker. Now, that wall, Mr. Speaker, does not only protect the highway, that wall also protects the village from flooding, Mr. Speaker, because when it rained heavily, a lot of water came down in that alleyway there, and so the wall is now giving some serious protection to the village of BOH. So again, thank you on behalf of the people of BOH for that wall. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the fisheries at Dublin, I want to express my deepest thanks to the Ministry of Agriculture and the Blue Economy for prioritizing the completion of the Dublin Fisheries Complex, as well as the completion of the ice-making facility. Now, the completion of these two buildings have been eagerly anticipated, and the quality of the work, again done by Mr. Elvis Sabroch, has been immaculate, and we want to thank him and his guys for the excellent work that they have done on that building, Mr. Speaker. With respect to small business in my community, over the year, the government assisted a number of small businesses in my constituency with much needed grant funding, as well as all the other constituencies, I might add. And Mr. Speaker, I am not only referring to assistance given to restock like inventory at retail enterprises, but I am speaking about assistance given to procure much needed capital equipment that will strengthen the businesses for the medium and long term, Mr. Speaker. Assistance will go out to strengthen those businesses' capacity, and Mr. Speaker, on all levels, we are addressing the challenges that small businesses face on multiple fronts. Whilst we appreciate that there are times where an immediate injection into working capital is necessary, we do not lose sight of the fixed capital needs and the long-term needs of the long-term viability of the business. Mr. Speaker, there is a saying that when a man hungry, you can give him a fish, but you also have to teach him to fish so that in the future, when he's hungry, he'll be able to catch his own fish. I don't know if I said that saying well, but I think we get the gist of it. So they're saying, why give a man a fish when you can teach him to fish? But when you're a government, Mr. Speaker, you have to do both. When a man hungry now, you have to give him a fish now, and hopefully you can teach him to fish, so in the future he can give himself his own fish. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, I want to recognize and thank the Dominican Labour Party for coming to Dublin on June 1st for the 75th anniversary rally. Mr. Speaker, we are particularly grateful for that rally taking place in Dublin. Mr. Speaker, obviously the rally was an unprecedented success politically. I mean, Dublin was red, Dublin was covered with thousands of people, but as the PAL rep, that is not how I measure the success of the rally, Mr. Speaker. I measure the success of the rally.
Honorable Member, yes. You have 2 more minutes.
Yes.
Speaker, I would like to request an additional 10 minutes. Secondly.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Member be given an additional 10 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Honorable Member, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, I was saying as a PAL rep, we don't measure the success. Generally, for the most part, we don't measure the success of an activity based on how much CO people add or how much people show up. We measure the success based on how much money we make, how much money our people make. And I can attest to the fact that 32 small businesses made quite a lot of money at that Labour Party rally. And so I want to express my deepest gratitude to the Dominican Labour Party for choosing Dublin as the venue to celebrate its 75th anniversary. Mr. Speaker, with respect to other community support received, we can go on to mention that the government is doing a lot more to assist our people We have received support in the areas of home construction and repair. We have gotten medical assistance for both local attention as well as overseas. We have gotten assistance in education. Our children have been transported to school and back. They have gotten uniforms, textbooks, and stationery. We have sponsored village feasts and carnivals. We have sponsored Mothers and Father's Day activities. We have sponsored children's Christmas parties to give them gifts and everything. So, Mr. Speaker, the government is alive and vibrant in my community, and I just want to send out a big thank you. And again, Mr. Speaker, we cannot mention enough the National Employment Program. Mr. Speaker, for a community such as ours, we have about $82,000 coming into the constituency every month from the National Employment Program. That is a significant amount, Mr. Speaker. And that is going to low-income families. This money is going to people who would be otherwise unemployed, Mr. Speaker. And so the government, despite the challenges, despite the difficult financial times, the government has chosen to maintain the NEP because we recognize the need of the program in the various communities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know I can recall a time before the NEP, but I don't want to recall a time before the NEP because it's like right now the NEP is an indispensable part of our community. The income, it is sustaining so many families, and there's just no way we can imagine what it would be like if the NEP program was not in place, Mr. Speaker, especially within these difficult times where prices are so high and so on. We would have abstract poverty in every corner, Mr. Speaker, and so we want to just thank the government for having this program and for strengthening this program and maintaining it over the years, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I just want to again reaffirm my unequivocal support for the government's budget that was presented on Friday. The budget shows that we as a government, we are in touch with our people, we remain sensitive to their needs, and we will do so whilst maintaining strong fiscal discipline and still building the bright future that we in Dominica deserve. I say thank you to the Honorable Prime Minister and all others who have participated and all those who have prioritized the Colihaut constituency and its constituents over the past year. And finally, I want to thank the staff in the Ministry of Labor and Small Business for their unfettered support over the past year. It is not me that is lifting them up, Mr. Speaker. I must say that it is them that is lifting me up, and I just want to thank them eternally for the support that I get from them on an ongoing basis, Mr. Speaker. We want to God bless the Ministry of Labor, God bless the Colihaut constituency, God bless Dominica. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I recognize the honorable member for the St. Joseph constituency, Honorable Darren Lloyd. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me firstly say a pleasant good day to all of the members in this honorable house, with no exemption according to my code. I'm from Marigot. So this is a word for the exemption. But seriously, Mr. Speaker, I stand, Mr. Speaker, to first and foremost do what I know to be the honorable thing, the right thing, Mr. Speaker, and that is to support the budget estimates before this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, I want to, as I'm on my feet, to beg for your indulgence to refer to my notes intermittently, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, permission is granted.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to extend my most profound gratitude to the Almighty Father for his inestimable blessings over my life, Mr. Speaker, and over the lives of my fellow countrymen, Mr. Speaker, for blessing us with a government that cares. Mr. Speaker, I also want to extend warmest greetings to the wonderful people of the greatest constituency in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. the people of St. Joseph, the St. Joseph constituency, Mr. Speaker. I also want to say a pleasant good day to all of my parliamentary colleagues. And Mr. Speaker, in a special way, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister for the level of confidence that he has placed in me to be a prudent parliamentarian. Mr. Speaker, I want to, and this is something that I always do, I try my best to reiterate my gratitude every time that I get the opportunity to do so, Mr. Speaker. And I am extremely grateful to serve with a government that is people-centric and that is of the people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this very budget is reflective of the ethos, the needs, and the desires of the Dominican people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this budget entitled Balancing Resilient Development and Fiscal Discipline for Sustainable Growth, Mr. Speaker, identifies the challenges and grievances of the common man of Dominica and proposes measures and solutions to the majority of those challenges and grievances. Mr. Speaker, allow me to jump directly into the meat of my debate. Allow me firstly to do so by extending my deepest respect to the Minister of Finance for an exceptional job, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a sitting member of Cabinet, I am privileged to be privy to the information beforehand and to share my 2 cents to enhance this budget, Mr. Speaker. But I was truly flabbergasted by the level of eloquence and exuberance that the honorable member has projected, Mr. Speaker. And while I was listening to his presentation, the only thing I was saying to myself after every single sentence, Mr. Speaker, was say budget. That is a budget, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, this budget literally touches on every facet of our development, with no exception. Mr. Speaker, it also boldly identifies some of the elephants in the room. Mr. Speaker, let me touch on the Ministry of Agriculture. I must firstly extend again my profound respect and admiration for both ministers, Mr. Speaker, in the Ministry of Agriculture, because they have been doing an exceptional job thus far. Mr. Speaker, as mentioned by the Honorable Minister of Finance, over $130 million have been invested in recent times, over the recent years, in the Ministry of Agriculture. This year, we are seeing, well, this fiscal year, we are seeing $8.9 million in recurrent expenditure and $23.4 million in capital expenditure being proposed to the Ministry of Agriculture. Oftentimes, there are few people, Mr. Speaker, a small substrata of our society, who would say that nothing is being done in agriculture. I want to use this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to explain to them, because I believe some of them are honestly and sincerely ignorant, Mr. Speaker. So let me use this opportunity to explain to them how these monies are being spent prudently, Mr. Speaker. Government has developed, well, through the Ministry of Agriculture, has developed a strategy called the 5C strategy, where we have placed great focus on crops that we believe are of benefit to Dominica, Mr. Speaker. And these crops are as follows: coconut, citrus, coffee, cocoa, and cannabis, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in recent times, we would have understood that government would have distributed at least 10,000 coconut plants among 188 farmers and 17,000 cocoa plants, correct me if I'm wrong, to 85 farmers, Mr. Speaker. Now, everywhere we go, we would see different stalls, Mr. Speaker, where entrepreneurs and farmers and businessmen would sell their coconut water and different coconut water and cocoa sticks and so forth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, don't watch these individuals like that. They are raking in serious money from doing so, Mr. Speaker. And through our interaction with these businessmen and entrepreneurs, this government has realized that this is a very productive sector, which is why we are investing in it, Mr. Speaker. So you can only begin to imagine the amount of returns we are going to receive from investments made in the distribution of those crops, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, $7.7 million citrus certification facility is nearing completion at Londonderry, as alluded to by the Honourable Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker. And with this facility, we are hoping to have a capacity to produce at least 50,000 certified citrus plants, Mr. Speaker. And come September later this year, we're expecting to distribute these plants among 1,000 acres of land. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me put this in perspective so that we can understand. 1,000 citrus plants is a lot of plants, Mr. Speaker. But we're not saying that we're going to distribute 1,000 plants. We're going to distribute these plants among 1,000 acres of land, Mr. Speaker. This is 2 times the amount of land that is being used for the development of the international airport, Mr. Speaker. We're speaking of distributing 50,000 plants among our farmers, Mr. Speaker. So this government continues to make and create the opportunities that our farmers can take advantage of, Mr. Speaker. I must comment on the tissue culture lab, Mr. Speaker, which is now fully staffed and operational. And this facility is being used to propagate a plethora of plants, Mr. Speaker, such as dashing, cassava, banana, plantain, and the list goes on and on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and this facility was given to us by the Chinese via grant funding, Mr. Speaker. So I must use this opportunity to say to my Chinese friends, women, thank you very much, our Chinese friends. Mr. Speaker, I must use this opportunity to also reaffirm my commitment in supporting the One China's policy and the stance of this government, Mr. Speaker. Recognizing, Mr. Speaker, that there is only but one China, and that is the People's Republic of China, Mr. Speaker, and that Taiwan and Hong Kong are part of the People's Republic of China. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me to not comment on the medicinal cannabis industry. Not because I recreate with cannabis or anything like that, Mr. Speaker, because I don't. But I perfectly understand the benefits of cannabis, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to our health. Mr. Speaker, you would understand well as many members of this honorable House, that unfortunately I would have lost my younger brother earlier this year. Last year, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, he was hospitalized. During that time, he went for excruciating pain. It was heart-wrenching to watch, Mr. Speaker. After a week or so, he was discharged from the hospital. And I had a conversation with him. I remember being extremely grateful to the doctors and nurses. And I was saying to him, bro, I'm really happy that, your body reacted positively with the medication that you were given. And he too, he was extremely grateful, he was happy. And he said, bro, I also communicated with a friend of mine who would have spoken with a herbalist. And that herbalist put, can I say a concoction? Put a solution together, Mr. Speaker. And long story short, the herbalist would have concoction. Long story short, the herbalist would have placed a drop of some cannabis oil or whatever it was on his tongue. And within a matter of minutes, according to him, Mr. Speaker, he started feeling better. And the young man who was undergoing this once excruciating pain felt little to no pain at all, to the point of being discharged, Mr. Speaker. So I say this to say that Dominica can benefit positively from the medicinal cannabis industry, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, in the first quarter of this year, which means the first 3 months of this year, Mr. Speaker, we have seen Canada being able to rake in $9.1 billion, Mr. Speaker. Not 9.1 billion yuan or RMB, $9.1 billion, Mr. Speaker, via its cannabis industry, Mr. Speaker, addition to its GDP. So that just goes to show that this is a multi-billion-dollar industry. And once we go about things to the vision of this government administration, we are going to be swimming in money, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must comment on youth in agriculture. This government administration, through our very potent Minister of Finance, would have made deliberations about government's intention to make 300 acres of land available to the young people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to speak directly to young people of my constituency and to the young people of Dominica. Take advantage of this opportunity. All you need is 4 quarts, Mr. Speaker, $1. That's all you need, 4 quarts. And you would be able to lease 1 acre of land for at least a year, for 5 years, Mr. Speaker. With 4 quarts, you're able to do so, Mr. Speaker. And you would still have the option to extend if you choose. So you take advantage of this opportunity. You receive the citrus plants that we spoke about earlier, and the cocoa plants and the coconut plants from the government. You plant it on the acre of land. If you don't want to do this on a daily basis, you could do it on a long-term basis, Mr. Speaker. You plant your acre of land with trees. Or if you want to get into it full-time, then you plant a short-term crop. But in between, you can plant some citrus crops and some trees, Mr. Speaker. And then you'll be surprised by the level of, by the amount of passive income you'll be able to generate as a result, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I must speak on livestock farming. As we speak, at least $8 million have been invested in livestock recovery, Mr. Speaker. $5.1 million have been invested in rehabilitating the abattoir, the national abattoir, Mr. Speaker, which is currently in my constituency, contrary to what Honorable Levy will say. It's in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. $5.1 million, Mr. Speaker, to rehabilitate the abattoir. It's set to be completed in October of this year. And we are extremely excited about this, Mr. Speaker. Again, is my admonition to and my encouragement to the livestock farmers to take advantage of this opportunity. You don't have to go and incur additional debt on yourself. You don't have to buy additional equipment. We can, slaughter and process the livestock on your behalf, Mr. Speaker. All you need to do is just provide it to us, and we'll be able to provide you with money, Mr. Speaker. Of course, Mr. Speaker, when we speak like this, and this is just basically the surface of what is going on, all the amazing things going on in the Ministry of Agriculture, and I'm sure both potent ministers will make tremendous mention of what is going on. You can well appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that what we are speaking about when we say $700 million to contribution to GDP by 2030 are not mere dreams, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed practical, because we are dealing with a practical thinking government administration, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I must comment on the environment. I must use this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, again, to extend my most profound and sincere respect to the Honorable Kozia Frederick. Mr. Speaker, the truth is, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe I could be paired with, and I don't mean this in any way, but I don't believe I could be paired with a more inclusive colleague, Mr. Speaker. Over the past years, he has been extremely patient with me. He, obviously, in collaboration with our PS and the staff of the ministry, Mr. Speaker, and very nurturing when it comes to improving my skills and competencies, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very appreciative for the support that you have given to me, Mr. Frederick. Mr. Speaker, of course, we would see in this budget estimate that $49.9 million in capital expenditure and at least $10.8 million in recurrent expenditure is being proposed to the Ministry of Environment. Mr. Speaker, our key focus during this fiscal year is going to be placed on carbon neutrality, forest conservation, climate resilience, and improved waste management, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I also want to extend my deepest and most sincere gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister for placing his confidence in me, Mr. Speaker. And you know, Mr. Speaker, we cannot speak about climate change without mentioning Honorable Roseau South. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the words climate change and Honorable Roseau South are inextricably intertwined, Mr. Speaker. Which means that, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Roseau South and climate change are synonymous, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I will explain why I said that, Mr. Speaker. I will explain climate resilience, Mr. Speaker, climate resilience. But I will explain why I said that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, we have learned that Dominica ratified the Paris Agreement, Mr. Speaker. And ever since, we were able to achieve what is called carbon neutrality. And the Honorable Minister before me made mention of it. That it means that Dominica has net zero carbon footprints, Mr. Speaker, which means that we are one of only 8 countries to achieve this feat, which means, Mr. Speaker, that we add nothing when it comes to climate change, Mr. Speaker. We don't add anything when it comes to the increase in global warming, Mr. Speaker, which is why I feel the passion of the Honorable Minister, and I share that similar passion when we say, Mr. Speaker, that it is unfair that we are the ones who receive the full brunt of climate change, Mr. Speaker. We now possess the moral authority, Mr. Speaker, to say to the more developed countries who continue to practice all of these habits which add to climate change, Mr. Speaker, and say to them that they have to double up on their efforts towards reducing climate change, Mr. Speaker, and reducing burning fossil fuels. Because they don't feel it, Mr. Speaker. We are the ones who feel it. It is painful to know that we are losing our fellow countrymen, Mr. Speaker, because of the actions and inactions of others. It is painful to know, Mr. Speaker, that we have to be dependent on the international community for basic commodities, water, Mr. Speaker, and food during those climatic events because of the actions and actions of others, Mr. Speaker. Which is why I want to use the opportunity now to reiterate and say to these more developed countries, Mr. Speaker, that you should double up on your efforts in an effort to reduce climate change, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I want to speak very briefly on our ecotourism site rehabilitation, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, upgrades have been made to the Emerald Pool, Trafalgar Falls, and the Boiling Lake Trail, Mr. Speaker. Contracts have also been signed for the improvement of the Waitukubuli National Trail, Mr. Speaker. And so far with these improvements, we have been able to see an increase in ecotourism revenues by $1.44 million, Mr. Speaker, according to our statistics as mid-2025, Mr. Speaker. So we are seeing so far money is being well spent and we're receiving returns on our investments. Mr. Speaker, let me also comment on solid waste management. Of course, this government, through the Ministry of Environment, has acknowledged the growing public concern as it relates to garbage collection and garbage disposal. We have tailored a proactive and prudent plan, Mr. Speaker, of reforming the Dominica Solid Waste Corporation in an effort to increase efficiency, Mr. Speaker. Some of the key initiatives will include the following. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, we have already procured 6 additional garbage trucks. According to the Minister of Finance, 2 are set to arrive by the 1st of August, and the additional 4 will arrive later this year in October, Mr. Speaker. And this is going to contribute exponentially to our solution, Mr. Speaker. But we should not stop there, Mr. Speaker, because the truth is, it is not going to solve the problem in its entirety. There are a number of considerations of this ministry and this government as to how this issue can be solved. One of the things that we have to also focus on doing is decentralizing the landfill from just stock farm, Mr. Speaker. So we must find an additional landfill, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, we must find a dump site for white goods, derelict vehicles, and tires, Mr. Speaker, because we believe that waste has to be separated, and we want to lead by example. We also want to practice what is called garbage collection decentralization. Now, this is going to entail the empowerment of local authorities, for example, the councils, Mr. Speaker, where we will displace different garbage trucks in different districts. So, for example, we are not of the belief that it is necessarily proactive for residents of the north to wait for the garbage truck while it's collecting rubbish from the south. I believe every district should have its own garbage truck, Mr. Speaker, and this is something that we are proposing to do. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, there must be a call for greater public contribution and education. So in this fiscal year, you will see this ministry out educating the public as to sorting, disposal, proper disposal practices, and the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. So this is something that we want to engage ourselves in doing. Of course, we are going to call on every single individual, and this is a topic, conversation that we're going to have in the near future, Mr. Speaker, to also make their own personal contribution towards garbage collection. Because the truth is, government alone cannot sustain the cost of garbage collection, Mr. Speaker, and there has to be individual financial contributions. And I believe the vast majority of Dominicans can agree to that, Mr. Speaker. Of course, let me comment on the National Employment Program, Mr. Speaker. Again, $30 million have been allocated for the perpetuity of the National Employment Program. Mr. Speaker, let me say to all of the beneficiaries of this program, inclusive of the small businesses, those receiving care, and of course, Mr. Speaker, the interns of the National Employment Program, that the National Employment Program is here to stay, Mr. Speaker. As long as this Dominican Labour Party-led government administration is in office, the National Employment Program is here to stay, Mr. Speaker. Irrespective of the innuendos out there and what is being said, Mr. Speaker, the National Employment Program is going nowhere. It is rapidly becoming one of the productive sectors in our society, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, Mr. Speaker. Of course, it's a brainchild of our Honorable Prime Minister, ably supported by this government administration. Mr. Speaker, also permit me to the courtesy of commenting on constituency empowerment. I am grateful to oversee this faction of our ministry, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I believe all of my colleagues would be grateful if we were to receive an additional $2,000 from our constituency stipends. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, we are grateful that last fiscal year that the monthly constituency stipends was increased by 100%, Mr. Speaker. 100%. So we are extremely grateful for that, Mr. Speaker, and because of that, we are able to meet our monthly.
10 more minutes.
I'm good for now. I'm good for now. Okay for now. Because of that, Mr. Speaker, we are able to meet our debt, Mr. Speaker, our monthly commitments, and we are extremely grateful for that. We have done a number of office visitations to several of the offices, constituency offices, Mr. Speaker, and I can report that majority of the offices, Mr. Speaker, have what they need. I would have visited, for example, the office of the member of Salisbury some time back. I was extremely happy, Mr. Speaker, to see that her office was well equipped, was well comfortable for her staff and for her constituents, Mr. Speaker, and she's certainly making the most of what she's receiving on a monthly basis, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, obviously, we continue to benefit from our constituency empowerment fund, Mr. Speaker. Of course, it's a fund, as small as it may, that is being used or utilized to do a number of small undertakings, small footpath projects, small little housing repairs, and so forth, whatever the parliamentary representative deems fit and of urgent benefit to the constituency, Mr. Speaker. Of course, it remiss of me, Mr. Speaker, to not comment on infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, a large chunk of our capital expenditure is being used to finance a number of capital projects. One of them being our largest capital project in the history of Dominica. That is the International Airport Development, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and the truth is, I don't believe that the common man really understands how profound this project is and how impactful it's going to be for every one of us, Mr. Speaker. I say this because the other day, for example, I was driving for a meeting at Woodford Hill, and I was accompanied by one of my constituents, Mr. Speaker. And we were traversing along the road, the Wesley Road, where the International Airport project is taking place. And he is looking at the left side of the project, Mr. Speaker. And he is saying to me that this is such a great project. I cannot believe such a big project is taking place in Wesley, and this is the first time I'm seeing it. And he was literally in awe, Mr. Speaker, at the amount of land that is being used to develop this project, Mr. Speaker. And I explained to him, yes, you know, great work is going on and so forth, and we're driving. And then afterwards, he turned to the right side, Mr. Speaker, and he said, what is going on there? So I told him, this is also the same project. And Mr. Speaker, the guy almost fainted. He was flabbergasted, speechless, that such a big portion of land is being utilized, Mr. Speaker, to with the International Airport project, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I say this to say, we are going to benefit exponentially as a result of the completion of this International Airport project. And to be frank, Mr. Speaker, I believe that every single Dominican needs to ready themselves for the opportunities this is going to give birth to. Because this is $1 million investment, $1 billion investment that is being made for the people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we spoke about, and one would only begin to imagine, especially in these financially trying times that the world is going through right now, Mr. Speaker, you would believe that government is only spending money on this capital project, Mr. Speaker. But that, in fact, is not true. Because we have what is called coherent leadership, Mr. Speaker, we are also doing a number of huge projects, inclusive of the marina, Mr. Speaker, inclusive of the cable car project, which is nearing completion, Mr. Speaker, which is inclusive of the geothermal plant, which is being developed, Mr. Speaker, ably led by our Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Speaker, inclusive of inclusive of the 7 schools which are being constructed, Mr. Speaker, and the roads which are being done, Mr. Speaker, the hotels, and all of these things are being done concurrently, Mr. Speaker, with the International Airport project. Mr. Speaker, it's not as easy as it seems. But this government administration with the leadership of our government makes it look easy, Mr. Speaker. That is because of the relationships that he has been able to foster over the years. And this is what the world requires now, Mr. Speaker. The world does not require any 50-50 sort of thing, Mr. Speaker. What the world requires is experienced leadership, Mr. Speaker. And we have seen our leader took us out of many unforeseen situations, Mr. Speaker. For example, COVID-19, Tropical Storm Erica, Maria, and the list goes on and on. And that is what Dominica requires at this time. We see our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, as a bridge to economic prosperity. And every single member on this side of this Honorable House, with no exception, all stand in total solidarity with our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, we have all committed to be the pillars to support that bridge to economic prosperity and economic development, Mr. Speaker. I that say that, Mr. Speaker. Yes. It's a central thing. It's a central thing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Finance would have made mention of a what's it called? OK 2HP loan facility that's been made available to policemen and public servants, Mr. Speaker, receiving a salary under $45,000. And this, once you're successful at applying, you'll be given a 6 months grace period. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage every single young person to take, and every single public servant, to take advantage of this opportunity. It cannot get any better than this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you take a mortgage.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the honourable member be given an additional 10 minutes.
Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Lloyd be given an additional 10 minutes. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Honorable Lloyd, you are given an additional 10 minutes. Maybe you should drink a little water.
Mr. Speaker, sometimes I get excited when I speak about the great works of the Dominican Labour Party. So thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so speaking about this loan facility, Mr. Speaker, I believe every public servant should take advantage of this if you don't own a home. So if you want to own a home, this is the perfect time to do so. If you don't want to own a home, you should still take advantage of the opportunity. We're talking about 2%, Mr. Speaker. My encouragement is that you take a $400,000 mortgage, Mr. Speaker, use $70,000 from that to purchase at least 10,000 square feet of land, Mr. Speaker. You use the other $330,000, Mr. Speaker, and you construct, small, it has to be nothing too big, a little apartment with two units, Mr. Speaker. You separate it nicely. You furnish it nicely. If you have to take an additional $10,000, you do so. You furnish it nicely, Mr. Speaker. Nothing too expensive. And you get into what is called short-term rentals, Mr. Speaker. That is where you're going to kill money. Mr. Speaker, and with the inclusion of this international airport, I can almost assure you, especially based on where you construct your home, occupancy of no less than 15 days, Mr. Speaker. And you rent each unit for, let's say, about 100 US, Mr. Speaker. For 15 days, nothing less than 15 days. Each unit for 100 US, Mr. Speaker. 100 US by 15 days, that's 1,500 US times 2, that's 3,000 US, Mr. Speaker. So after you pay your monthly installment of approximately $1,600, $2,008 thereabout, Mr. Speaker, you have $8,000 to play with because the money is being paid from your salary. You now have about 8,000 EC to play with, Mr. Speaker, that you can now invest in something else. Again, bring you back to the 300 plus acres of land that is being given to young people, Mr. Speaker. Leased to young people, Mr. Speaker. You can invest in that. You know, so there are opportunities, there are ways you can go about making money, and this is what this government administration is doing with this budget, Mr. Speaker. Presenting opportunities for the people of Dominica. The onus now is on every one of us, and I appeal to my constituents to take advantage of these opportunities, Mr. Speaker. This isn't a government that is going to promise you an increase in minimum wage, Mr. Speaker, by way of grant funding, Mr. Speaker. We're not going to promise you that we're going to ask our partners and friends and friendly governments to give us money to meet an increased recurrent expenditure, Mr. Speaker. That is not what we're proposing. We're not going to lie to the people of Dominica like that. We are proposing, Mr. Speaker, working governance, Mr. Speaker, working leadership, working measures that is going to be in the best interest of every single Dominican. Mr. Speaker, of course, I must comment on the greatest constituency in Dominica. Mr. Speaker, I don't say this to sound boastful, but I say this to sound sincere. Mr. Speaker, great things have happened in the recent year in the St. Joseph constituency. Of course, currently, Mr. Speaker, we are hosting what is called the Honorable Darren Lloyd Football League 2025. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you can attest because you have patronized this league. I want to thank you for your patronage, Mr. Speaker, that this is one of the best leagues that Dominica has produced. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the amplification of skills, existing skills and talents among our young men, Mr. Speaker. We have discovered new skills. That's been extremely exciting. We have seen majority of Dominica in St. Joseph during the finals, Mr. Speaker. We've seen the patronage of the likes of Senators Victor and Vidal, Mr. Speaker. Of course, our Minister of Youth and Sports, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance, and the list goes on and on and on, Mr. Speaker. But you get the point. So, Mr. Speaker, so this league is extremely beneficial to the St. Joseph constituency, more than just to the young men, but to those who patronize the league, Mr. Speaker, to the fans, to the vendors, Mr. Speaker. So it is of profound benefit to everyone, Mr. Speaker. And we're very happy to host this league, Mr. Speaker. And this league will not be possible without the intervention of this government administration, without the intervention, Mr. Speaker, of the rehabilitation of the playing field in St. Joseph, Mr. Speaker. Contrary to what is being said, that end of his, and I believe that the honourable member of Marigot, Mr. Speaker, heart is in a good place. And I'm very happy that he supported the budget, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that he can make an exceptional parliamentarian. He possesses the respective qualities, Mr. Speaker. He has a little kicks and so forth. But I just believe he needs to be guided, Mr. Speaker. Which is why it is our duty to teach him, Mr. Speaker, and to educate him, Mr. Speaker. This government is doing a lot when it comes to youth and sports in Dominica. And if we will listen to the same budget, Mr. Speaker, I am sure that you can attest to these words, Mr. Speaker. We're not talking about lighting the Windsor Park Sports Stadium, Mr. Speaker. This is something that is being done as we speak. This project is going to cost approximately $13.9 million, and I stand to be corrected, Mr. Speaker. Foundation works have already started. I stand to be corrected, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've seen dozens of light and playing fields being lit all across Dominica, Mr. Speaker, and rehabilitated. Of course, St. Joseph is one of them. This is why we can host this league today, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we're very appreciative of the support of this government administration, and we continue to develop sports and the young people of Dominica with this sort of initiatives. Mr. Speaker, of course, we have addressed a long-standing issue in the Hillsborough Garden Roads. It is a concern of the residents there. They have spoken to us, and their concerns and grievances did not fall on deaf ears, Mr. Speaker. I would take it to Cabinet on a regular basis. I would have taken it to the Honorable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister himself, more than just listening to the concerns, he accompanied me to Hillsborough Gardens to see for himself, Mr. Speaker. And this once long-standing issue is no more, which just goes to show, Mr. Speaker, everything happens in its time. The truth is, every single country is feeling the brunt of economic strain because of the externalities which continue to confront the world, Mr. Speaker, both man-made and otherwise. And we are trying our best, Mr. Speaker, to solve the problems as they come, Mr. Speaker, in ways that we think will be in the best interest of Dominicans, Mr. Speaker. Of course, as we speak currently, government is addressing road failures all across our great nation, inclusive of St. Joseph and our constituency, Mr. Speaker. Over $2 million is being spent in my constituency alone to address road failures, Mr. Speaker, in the areas of Layu, St. Joseph, Bells, and Penrise. Layu, road failure is no more. It is solved in its entirety. St. Joseph is 99% done. We just need to surface the road nicely now. Penrise is around 99% completed as well. Same thing, just to surface the road. And Bells is about 75% completed, but we are very satisfied with what has been done thus far, Mr. Speaker. So we're speaking of over $2 million remaining in our local economy in the St. Joseph constituency, Mr. Speaker. We are speaking about job creation. So when we speak about jobs, that's what we're speaking about, Mr. Speaker. And I must say thank you as well to Dr. Henderson, Mr. Speaker. I saw so many of my constituents currently working on the geothermal project, Mr. Speaker, in terms of running the transmission lines from Loda to Focally. Such a fine job, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, recently I would have visited Bells together with the Honorable Mr. Speaker, recently I would have visited Bells together with the Honorable Prime Minister and a number of my colleagues, where we visited a few critical areas in Bells, Mr. Speaker. And I must extend my deepest gratitude to the residents of Bells. I think they are some of the finest and most patient people in all of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. So we would have visited the playing field in Bells, and the Prime Minister would have given the commitment, myself and the Minister of Sports would have given the commitment to rehabilitate the Bells playing field, Mr. Speaker. And more than just a commitment, I am very proud to say to this Honorable House that works have already been started on the playing field in Bells, Mr. Speaker. It has been graded. Mr. Speaker. Right now, we are waiting on the advice from the Ministry of Public Works to advise us on what sort of drain would be best for that particular area. Because it's a wet area, Mr. Speaker. So whether it be field drains or storm drains or earth drains, the experts will decide, Mr. Speaker, and will act accordingly. Additionally, we'll improve access to that particular playing field, Mr. Speaker, so that the users of that playing field can access them more comfortably. Following the playing field, we visited the health center in Bells, Mr. Speaker, where again commitments were made. The funds has already been approved for the rehabilitation of that health center, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, more than just rehabilitating the health center, we also look to expand the Bells Health Center because we understand how profoundly important it is to the residents of Bells and the Dominican citizens. Because Bells, this health facility, is in a centralized area. When we speak about traveling from the airport to Roseau, Mr. Speaker, it's centralized, so it's very important. So it needs to be well-staffed, fully equipped, Mr. Speaker, and we absolutely have to expand the health center in Bells, Mr. Speaker, to accommodate a storage room, to accommodate a bathroom and toilet, to accommodate a kitchen facility. The list goes on and on. So we're very happy for the commitments and the funds that have been approved through the Prime Minister and the Minister of Health, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Bells. So we're very happy for that. Mr. Speaker, we would have visited the Glogomere Road. Again, another long-standing issue.
3 more minutes.
What? 7.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Honorable Minister be granted an additional 10 minutes.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Lloyd be given an additional 10 minutes. Those in favor? Those against? Honorable Lloyd, you are given an additional 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So we have visited the Glogomere Road, Mr. Speaker. Again, I said another long-standing issue. And we listen to the concerns of the people. And more just listening to the concerns, we have committed to the people of Bells that this road too is going to be addressed in its entirety. Within the next coming weeks and months, works can be expected to commence and be completed, Mr. Speaker. And that one's long-standing issue is going to be no more, Mr. Speaker. In terms of Miro, Mr. Speaker, recently we would have conducted what is called a Miro community cleanup, where we saw the entire community coming out to engage in different cleanup activities, Mr. Speaker. So, for example, we would have cleared our storm drain, we would have cleaned our beach, emptied our soccerway, we would have gotten rid of every derelict vehicle in our community, we would have cleaned our playing field in preparation for works that we want to begin there, in an effort to foster community togetherness, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, mention was made by the Honorable Minister of Finance that the Colihaut Road rehabilitation is also included in this year's budget, Mr. Speaker. This is something that I'm extremely appreciative for, because I understand firsthand the condition of that road, Mr. Speaker. And Confetti Mati, I'm not lying, Mr. Speaker. The farm, I withdraw, Mr. Speaker. This is I always I withdraw. But to tell you the truth, Mr. Speaker, to tell you the truth, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that works have to be done on that road, Mr. Speaker. And we have given the farmers the commitment that is going to be done. Works are expected to begin in mid-August of this year, Mr. Speaker, and we want to complete works in its entirety as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker. Let me move very briefly to Layu, Mr. Speaker. Layu remains one of the most profound communities of my constituency, Mr. Speaker. It's a community that I hold extremely dear to my heart. We are grateful to the Ministry of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, for utilizing one of our very own, that is Mr. Brittany Carrett, to meet government's objectives and goals as it relates to the creation of fiberglass boats, Mr. Speaker. So we've benefited from that and also benefited from Roseau South, Mr. Speaker, which we are very grateful for. So more than just assisting government to reach its target, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Carrett was able to also train young men of Layu in the process, which is an additional win for us in the Central Constituency and the Layu community, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, of course, mention was made of the Niba Road in Layu, Mr. Speaker. That is going to be rehabilitated as well. I know the farmers there are extremely appreciative of that, Mr. Speaker. It is going to help us enhance our productivity in that particular area, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, it's an extremely productive area. But, Mr. Speaker, I really just want to sum up everything that I've said, and if you hear anything that I said, Mr. Speaker, I want you to remember that I wholeheartedly espouse the budget estimates before this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, and this Dominican Labour Party-led government administration under the leadership of Prime Minister Dr. Honorable Roosevelt, Mr. Speaker, is the best thing that has ever happened to Dominicans. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Joseph, you may proceed. You are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members of this august House, fellow Dominicans both at home and throughout the diaspora, and to the beautiful people of the Paybush constituency, good afternoon. I stand before this chamber today deeply anchored in a sense of historical responsibility, humbled by my mandate entrusted to me, and buoyed by the collective aspirations of the Dominican people. And I do so in response to the sterling exposition presented by the Honorable Minister of Finance, Dr. Irvin McIntyre, a budget not only intellectually vigorous, but also socially responsive and developmentally visionary. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to refer to my notes on this pad as I dissect this presentation for the next few minutes.
You started your sounding good. Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Firstly, allow me to place on record, Mr. Speaker, my sincere thanks to my colleague ministers in the Ministry of Agriculture, Honorable Royer and Honorable Defoe, and the Honorable Prime Minister for the guidance and encouragement on this journey. Mr. Speaker, this budget is more than a fiscal instrument. It is a deliberate national declaration that repositions policy as a lived experience and governance as a tool for transformation. It reaffirms a critical premise that our strategy of people-centered development is not aspirational, but it is operational. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, it is working. Mr. Speaker, we see the empirical manifestations of our policy interventions across the island, from the artisanal farmer who contemplates regional exports to the small-scale processor whose productivity has surged through state-enabled equipment support. We observe it in every child, in every elderly who now walks on paved footpaths and eat healthy meals daily. These are not abstractions, Mr. Speaker. They are tangible outcomes. But Mr. Speaker, let me speak a little more to my responsibility in the Ministry of Agriculture. And everybody know what that is, right? Agro-processing, right? Right. Youth in, um, youth in agriculture and agriculture at schools. Mr. Speaker, we are advancing a value-based agricultural economy, a sector that lies on the confluence of agriculture, innovation, and enterprise. As the Parliamentary Secretary, I can attest that agro-processing constitutes a cornerstone of our evolving national economic identity. Mr. Speaker, teas, oils, sauces, creams, soaps, liquors, even plantain chips, delicacies, and so much more. This fiscal year has produced material results. 55 agro-processors have been upskilled in critical areas such as hazard analysis and critical control points standards, safe packaging, and label protocols. 120 out of 250 processors have satisfied the criteria for targeted equipment and cash interventions. Mr. Speaker, just a few days ago, 29 processors were handed cash grants to invest in and continue to grow their businesses. Mr. Speaker, not $500, not 6, not 7. Mr. Speaker, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, 22,000, 30,000. Larger shesh, according to my constituent. Mr. Speaker, a diverse array.
Translate Laja Shesh.
Larger shesh means dry cash, dry money.
So the cash dry.
Cash dry, not wet, dry. Mr. Speaker, a diverse array of functional food and wellness products, including coconut derivatives, sea moss blends, turmeric concentrates, and honey infusions, have benefited from technical assistance. Strategic partnerships with multilateral organizations such as ICA, FAO, WUSC, and the Caribbean Development and World Banks have facilitated knowledge transfer, capital infusion, and laboratory-backed innovation. Special mention of the Chinese technical mission, who continue to support and advance our mission for this sector. Mr. Speaker, these successes constitute the scaffolding of a larger ambition. And I don't have to do the maths I did a couple years ago, but Mr. Speaker, I will just say our goal of reaching $700 million contribution to GDP in agriculture is not impossible, and we are well on our way. Mr. Speaker, we are actively pursuing the conceptualization and establishment of the National Agro-Processing Innovation and Production Hub. This facility will offer a vertically integrated platform encompassing 1, certified small batch production zones, a shared service model for packaging and bottling technologies, continuous professional development in export compliance, digital branding and global trade facilitation, and access to climate-resilient logistics and storage infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we envision Dominica as a Caribbean leader in climate-smart agro-industrialization, where each export of each product bears not only economic value, but cultural narrative. Mr. Speaker, not too far ahead, we will embed agro-processing literacy within the secondary and tertiary education curricula, design specialized entrepreneurship labs for rural women and youth, promote cooperative governance models, and standardize regionally recognized certification systems to facilitate external market penetration. Mr. Speaker, I'm an agro-processor, and I can safely say that agro-processors are no longer marginal actors. They are catalysts of industrial diversification and rural revitalization. Mr. Speaker, we have made great strides as it relates to our cannabis industry. And my senior minister will elaborate on this a little more. But all I will say to the youth, to the processors, and to the innovators is to get ready. Mr. Speaker, it is axiomatic that national transformation must be intergenerational. Through the National School Agriculture Education Program, over 1,400 students across more than 500 institutions are being instructed in sustainable cultivation, value addition, post-harvest technologies, and agribusiness modeling. Mr. Speaker, this government continues to place significant emphasis on youth engagement in agriculture, recognizing the vital role in reshaping our food and economic security. During 2024-2025, Mr. Speaker, the National Agriculture Education Program remained instrumental in promoting agricultural literacy among young people through school grants, school gardens, 4-H clubs, feeding programs, and hands-on activities in sustainable farming. Over 20 schools benefited from our seedling distribution and technical support. Very, very, very importantly, Mr. Speaker, in February of 2024, the National Association of Youth in Agriculture underwent reform to deepen youth involvement by expanding training, leadership, and entrepreneurial opportunities. Youth also gained regional exposure through participation in key forums in Antigua and Costa Rica. And Mr. Speaker, as we speak, 2 members of NIA are attending the Climate Smart Agriculture Workshop in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, 300 acres, 1 acre, $1 per year. According to my colleague, 4 quarts per year, per acre. 300 acres will be made available to the young farmers in Blenheim, Felicite Hill, Newfoundland, and Savannah York, ensuring that our youth can fully participate and benefit from the agricultural transformation. And Grand Coulibaly. Mr. Speaker, it is safe to say that this budget continues to accelerate several nation-building infrastructural investments. The International Airport Project, now under active development, more than 40% complete, and will recalibrate our logistical relevance and attract high-value tourism and trade. The cable car. This project exemplifies ecotourism advancement while preserving environmental sanctity. The geothermal plant, upon completion, will significantly reduce dependency on imported fossil fuels and stabilize long-term energy costs. Honorable Henderson, I didn't hear you. Yes? Yes, okay. The Portsmouth to Hatton Garden Road project will integrate the rural northern production zones into regional markets, facilitating economic spillovers. The Marina and Cruci Port will revitalize Dominica's maritime economy through strategic expansion into the blue economy. Mr. Speaker, these projects are transformative, not performative. They represent structured economic shifts and long-term resilience building. Fellow Dominicans, I will say it again, it's working. And now, Mr. Speaker, the work in the Paybush constituency continues. Mr. Speaker, it is with immense pride, deep emotion, and unwavering commitment that I speak on a project that has been long awaited by the people of Benz, Ansdeme, and Ansolda. A project etched into the heart of generations, past and present, now finally coming to fruition. A dream now becoming a reality. For years, our fishers and visitors risked their lives and sacrificed their investments using a deteriorated structure to provide for their families and enjoy what the nature island has to offer, especially Ansdeme. Today, Mr. Speaker, through the government's vision and under the leadership of Honorable Dr. Roosevelt Skerrit, a modern 65-meter jetty is on the way. Mr. Speaker, this sport is more than just another piece of infrastructure. For the people of Benz, Anzime, and Ansolda, it is a lifeline. It will revitalize our fisheries sector, create new jobs and business opportunities, support disaster preparedness and emergency response, and encourage marine tourism and small business growth. Mr. Speaker, the Anzime port is not just a promise fulfilled. It's a symbol of resilience, of progress, and of people-first development. Mr. Speaker, it's working. Mr. Speaker, the Paybush Water Project, a long-standing challenge, is now being executed, almost 95% complete. The Calibishi Water Project, one of our most vibrant coastal communities, will now have a fully rehabilitated water supply. For years, families have endured low pressures, inconsistent access, and aged infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, today, we are rewriting that story and we are saying no more. The project is currently underway and is set to be completed in the next 6 months. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to comment on one of our flagship projects in Calibishi, our Pathway to the Future Footpath project. Mr. Speaker, this project was successfully implemented, constructing safe and solid footpaths for the entire formerly known Backstreet population, now renamed Big People's Avenue. Mr. Speaker, 20 or more young men were engaged and 26 families benefited from this footpath project. Mr. Speaker, the Calibishi Primary School construction is currently underway and ahead of schedule, representing a significant investment in education and youth development. This facility is designed to provide a safe, modern, and nurturing learning environment for our children, equipped with smart classrooms, sanitization blocks, and recreational spaces. Mr. Speaker, this project is not just about concrete and steel. It is about cultivating minds and creating future leaders in the very heart of this rural community. In addition to the school itself, Mr. Speaker, the project includes the complete rehabilitation of the Calibishi playing field to be outfitted with new spectator stands, lights, changing rooms, and restrooms. Lands have been acquired, estimates have been prepared, all engineering measures assessed, and final preparations are now underway to begin this crucial and complementary initiative. Mr. Speaker, the Paybush housing development is currently progressing smoothly through its implementation phase and will address long-standing housing needs by providing resilient, climate-smart homes to the residents of Paybush. Mr. Speaker, 16 housing units are earmarked for completion in the fiscal year and promises to restore dignity, safety, and economic relief to constituents who have endured inadequate living conditions for far too long. Our Let's Grow Backyard Gardening program continues to institutionalize food sovereignty at the household level with the provision of seedlings and inputs impacting over 200 households across the constituency. Mr. Speaker, the National Employment Program, with interns across sectors, contribute well over 150,000 EC dollars monthly into our local economy. I want to take this time to recognize the members of the beautification team whose efforts may be quiet but are definitely impactful. We say thank you. Mr. Speaker, our National School Feeding Program, our uniform and book grant schemes remain in effect in the Paybush constituency. Many more can be highlighted at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, but all I will say is that it's working. Mr. Speaker, the empirical narrative is incontrovertible. Our policy interventions, backed by this flawless and people-centered budget presentation before us, are generating outcomes. The upward trajectory in micro-enterprise registration and expansions, improved literacy and nutrition indicators among school-age children, and enhance access to essential services and transportation infrastructure collectively reinforce our thesis that it's working. Mr. Speaker, may this House and the wider nation not lose sight of what has been built, nor of what we are still building. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this time now to speak directly to Dominicans and my constituents. To my constituents of Paybush, Benz, Ansdime, Ansolder, and Kalibishi, we must not become complacent. We must not take for granted the progress which we have diligently toiled and which we shall sustain in the years ahead. Only a short time ago, our roads were unpaved. It would take me about 3 hours to get to Roseau. Our water intermittent, our schools lacking proper facilities, and our dreams constrained by geography. Today, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the shared vision and our collective action, we drive on asphalt highways. It takes me about 1 hour, 20 minutes to get to Roseau from Benz. We turn on taps that run clear. Our children attend modern classrooms, and our youth see entrepreneurial pathways in every sector of the economy. In the very near future, Mr. Speaker, once our international airport, our cable car project, the geothermal plant, and our East Coast and Northern Road projects are fully realized, Dominica will stand transformed. A gateway for trade and tourism, a model of renewable energy independence, a nexus of regional commerce, and a showcase of climate-resilient infrastructure. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the projects require patience and tolerance for temporary discomfort, road diversions, construction noise, dust, mud, and adjustments to new processes. But let us remember, development demands sacrifice. We are, after all, a developing nation charting a path toward global competitiveness. And let me go further by reminding you that our work as public servants is, above all, a divine calling. We are God's stewards entrusted with his people. When you criticize or undermine God's servants, you challenge the Lord's plan. Instead, let us embrace our shared responsibility to maintain our health by adopting preventive care and healthy dietary choices, engage in sports and wellness for communal vigor, uphold the sanctity of the home and school as pillars of character, and sustain our churches as beacons of hope. Each of you, as citizens, have a role. In the fields, in the markets, in the corridors of justice, and in the halls of worship. Together, we collaborate not for self-interest, but for collective flourishing for all Dominicans. And Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, in a recent dialogue with the Honorable Prime Minister, he shared with me the following conviction. The best is not merely imminent, it has already commenced. In other words, the best is not yet to come, it is already here. And Mr. Speaker, between you and me, I find deep resonance in those words. I have witnessed the quiet resolutions in classrooms, in gardens, in community meetings, in the newly paved streets. I have heard the voices of young people no longer cynical but activated. I have stood in the middle of a village project and felt the tide of collective empowerment rising. Mr. Speaker, as the late Prime Minister Pierre Charles once reminded us, we must build not only for today, but for the generations to come with courage, discipline, and unity. That is our charge. That is our purpose. Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this budget because it is a declaration of confidence in policy, in people, and in progress. Let us therefore not only pass these estimates, but uphold it with dignity and execute it with vision, purpose, and pride. Mr. Speaker, let us proceed, undaunted, united, and unrelenting. because it's working. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Dominica. And may divine providence continue to illuminate our path forward. Forward ever. Forward ever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Lockhart, Hippolyte, you are recognized. You may proceed.
You recognize me
Yes, I recognize you.
in my color purple?
Yeah, you can proceed. You can proceed.
Proceed.
You making a statement in your colors?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
All right, okay, proceed.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I want to wish the great people of the Roseau South constituency, a constituency that is very diverse, very large, 15 hamlets, Mr. Speaker. I want to wish them a very pleasant good afternoon. But before I delve into my presentation this afternoon, I really want to commend the Honorable, not Dennis Charles, but Anthony Charles, the leader, not acting, but he's in waiting. In waiting. I want to say that I loved his presentation earlier, Mr. Speaker. It had a lot of substance, but there are times we have to guide you and you have to be a bit more knowledgeable of the things that we as a government are doing. And we on this side, we will help you and will guide you because you're a very humble individual. I'm really rooting for you to be the official leader of the opposition parliament. I would like Honorable Paul to do the right thing, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Anthony Charles this morning several times pleaded with her. And Mr. Speaker, interestingly, when I walked out during the lunch break, he even gave her a ride. And she had the audacity to call me, you know, Mr. Speaker, to show me she on board, Mr. Speaker.
So things are working out.
Things seems to be working out. And I'm hoping by tomorrow, Honorable Paul, we can get the letter. Okay, we can get the letter that Honorable Anthony Charles will be the new leader of the parliamentary opposition. All in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permission to just go through my notes.
Permission granted.
Thank you, sir. So, Speaker, this year's theme, Balancing Resilience, Development and Fiscal Discipline for Sustainable Growth, I believe is quite timely and appropriate. I rise not just as the voice of Roseau South, Mr. Speaker, but as a proud Dominican, entrusted with the sacred responsibility of bringing hope, clarity, and accountability, Mr. Speaker, to this honorable House. At this moment, the EC $1.3 billion budget is not simply about numbers. It is about purpose. It is about priorities. And it is about the people. It's our duty, Mr. Speaker, as members of Parliament to ensure this budget is understood, explained, and translated into real development outcomes. This budget is not for only the economic technocrats. It is for the farmers in Girodale and Egliston, our fisher folks in Newtown, our nurses in Castle Comfort and Wallhouse and Emsall, our small contractors in Kings Hill, residents of Lubier, and our single mothers in Bath Estate, and all the people of Roseau South and all Dominicans. Mr. Speaker, budget, it is really a social contract. And in this case, I am proud to say that the 2025-2026 budget, which was so eloquently presented by the distinguished Honorable Dr. Irvin McIntyre from Trafalgar, Mr. Speaker, the Valley, offers a progressive, inclusive, and resilient blueprint for national transformation and hope, progress for all Dominicans, Mr. Speaker. So many times, Mr. Speaker, I've heard the opposition say that this Dominican Labour Party has been there for too long. There are things that should have happened already. But, Mr. Speaker, some people, I don't know where they were 25 years ago. If they were on Bird Island, if they were just ignorant of the facts, Mr. Speaker, or just plain mischievous and malicious. And some of my colleagues earlier on spoke about the challenges that this Dominican Labour Party faced in the past. And it doesn't hurt to belabor the points and to reiterate some of the points that have been made. Mr. Speaker, I recall between 1995 and 2000, and when this Dominican Labour Party took up the reins of office in 2000, the economy was on life support, Mr. Speaker. Life support. In shambles. We lost 2 prime ministers as a result of all the pressures from the economy, Mr. Speaker. We used to hear of computer breaking down. Salaries could not have been paid on time. My colleague, and he wouldn't mind if I call his name, Mr. Speaker. He's an ambassador now to Cuba. Ian Douglas, His Excellency, said to me as a new parliamentarian that things were so bad, Mr. Speaker, that the cabinet at the time was even thinking of imposing a bicycle tax. Bicycle tax. Look, the Honorable Henderson is telling me that it went to Parliament. Things were bad. So when this Labour Party took up office, we first had to stabilize the economy. Mr. Speaker, imagine me just started working at the Dominica State College as a cashier. Had to pay 5% stabilization levy from my little $1,000 I was making, Mr. Speaker. Going home with $800 and something, I had to pay 2 buses. One from Lubia to Tong and one from Roseau to Stock Farm. It was hard at the time, Mr. Speaker. 2 buses, 5% levy. Then we faced the trough system during the Christmas time. Then Tropical Storm Erica, Hurricane Maria, COVID-19. Look now, the Ukraine-Russia war, Mr. Speaker, that has caused serious inflation across the world. And so this is where we are, Mr. Speaker. This is what transpired. And we are at this point, notwithstanding all those challenges. And sometimes I say, hélas, Mr. Speaker. I say hélas because sometimes I do not know how our leader does it. From one disaster to the next. And we are still standing, Mr. Speaker. Still standing. Building a massive international airport in Wesley. A marina in Portsmouth. Cable car in the valley. And look, the guru of energy is in front of me, the Honorable Vince Henderson, the guru of energy, doing geothermal. Mr. Speaker, that will reduce the cost of doing business in Dominica. Major capital projects that we are undertaking, notwithstanding all those challenges. Salaries are being paid on time. Nothing about computer breaking down, Mr. Speaker. NEP workers are being paid on time. Nothing about computer breaking down, Mr. Speaker. People see their salary slips way in advance of payment. And so we have managed
to ride the waves, Mr. Speaker. And this Dominican Labour Party is undertaking transformational projects that will propel the economy, that will grow the economy, that will make the lives and the livelihoods of all Dominicans better, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me now try to anchor this national budget to the needs of the Roseau South constituency, because many times constituents ask, what's in it for me? So let me now bring this budget home, Mr. Speaker. Our communities from Castle Comfort to Loubier, from Newtown to Girondale, from Bath Estate to Wallhouse, from Silver Lake to Kings Hill, from Citronet to Fortney, from Harlem Savannah Square to Melvin Battery, Mr. Speaker, Kings Hill, where you're from, and in the solid trenches of Montego Bay, are regions of people, Mr. Speaker, who are rich in potential, industry, education, determination, culture, and talent. But they have also faced their share of challenges: flooding, housing deficits, some underemployment, and other malice. However, their grasping of available opportunities across sectors can help in mitigation. This budget answers those concerns. And let me break it down sector by sector, Mr. Speaker. We in Roseau South know all too well about the vulnerability of climate change. We've witnessed hurricanes, the storms, and the devastating effects on man. This budget allocates several millions to climate-resilient housing and infrastructure development. And Roseau South is in line, Mr. Speaker, to benefit. Let me remind the people of the Roseau South constituency that housing really began with us in the 1970s in the Bath Estate area under Patrick John. And Mr. Speaker, every time I do my house-to-house in Bath Estate, the people say to me, your grandfather was responsible for giving me my keys to my home. So it was this Labour Party government years ago who started housing. We also built houses for apartments in Silver Lake, and we remember how the people of Silver Lake lived before. They were in an area they call Fly City. And Mr. Speaker, today, the people of Silver Lake can boast of proper housing for they and their families and their children, Mr. Speaker. Much better conditions than what they were accustomed to. In Bath Estate, apartments were built, In Emsall, housing apartments again were built for the people of Roseau South. And today, as parliamentary representative, Mr. Speaker, I can boast of the most magnificent, and I call it, Mr. Speaker, the Bellevue apartments in Eggleston. Bellevue, pretty. You have the view, Mr. Speaker, of the mountain, and you have of the sea. Yes. And so, Mr. Speaker, the 16 families who will be benefiting from this housing in August, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell them to take care of the homes that they are getting. They are getting the best apartments in Dominica. The best. The best. Well, the parent for Scott said we are friends, Mr. Speaker, so I won't say anything to her. Okay, but everybody wants to claim you have a village in Grand Bay, I have a house in apartments. Okay, so please relax yourself, Honorable Bill. 16 apartments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to the 2% housing 2% interest rates with a 6 months grace period for public servants, Mr. Speaker. And you know the Roseau South constituency, we have public servants. We have public servants, Mr. Speaker. Right? And so from time this measure was announced, I got several messages, I got several calls. People want to find out, PAREP, how do I apply? What is the criteria? And I said to them, in the coming weeks, I'm sure the Ministry of Housing will put out the applications and to give the criteria as to how you can benefit from this very, Mr. Speaker, very, very low interest rate. That, to me, that is a giveaway. And the middle class in Roseau South will definitely benefit from this. I believe that's a game changer, Mr. Speaker. Because the majority of Dominicans want to own their own home. They want to own a piece of Dominica. They want their land, Mr. Speaker. They want their home. They want to be comfortable, they and their families. So I believe this is a very progressive move, and I want to congratulate the Minister of Housing for ensuring that we implement such a program for the middle class and the public servants of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, land reform is a need in Roseau South. We have so many derelict properties, and so the intention is to try to meet with these landowners so we can come to some sort of conclusion, some sort of agreement as to how can we keep the environment clean, Mr. Speaker, because it's really impacting very negatively on the environment. Honorable Vince seems to know Roseau South better than me. Not, I don't think because he living in Roseau South, he knows the place better than me. He just spoke about a place by the name of Gwenville. So everybody watching me wondering, where is Gwenville? Yes, Newton has a place they call Gwenville. We call it Charlotte Valley as well. It's past the Fatima Church. And government has a lot of land inside there. But Mr. Speaker, since Hurricane Maria, the area is extremely vulnerable. And so we may have to repurpose the land use. And so I have been speaking to some of the young people who are currently planting, Mr. Minister of Agriculture. And so the land and surveys, some of the staff there have spoken to me, and they're saying to me that PAREP we could use there for industry and also agriculture. And so the intention is to meet with the people of Newton, because we have so many small businesses, so small business owners engaging in industry and other activities, mechanic and other things, and they're by the roadside. It really doesn't look good, Mr. Speaker. And so we will discuss how we go about whether or not we lease the land, whether we sell the land. I will be guided by the authorities on that. But the initial discussions we will have with the people of Newton. I know there's a young man who's already, he has interest. The lands are already subdivided. They have already been surveyed. And I know the Minister of Housing has been aggressively trying to put monies in the coffers of the Treasury and selling the government lands for individuals who are in need of it. And so I will have discussions with her on that matter, Mr. Speaker. No, Vince has a property in Castle Comfort. I cannot sell. It is not for Vince. It's not vulnerable. We're looking at the most vulnerable people in Roseau South. He's on the mountain top looking down at us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, drainage and wall rehabilitation, infrastructure, the renovation of sidewalks and drains. These are also part of the beautification and upliftment and enhancement of the Roseau South constituency. And I began, if you notice, if some of you all drive through Newtown, you would have seen the lovely sidewalk that we have started. It's a first phase. It costs about over $160,000. I really want to thank the contractor, Mr. Al Thomas and Montgomery Richards from Lubia, and also the young people who were engaged, Mr. Speaker. And that is what gave me great joy, was that we engaged some of the high school dropouts, we engaged some of the young people who were unemployed, and it gave them the opportunity to learn a skill. So some never mixed cement in their life. Some never did farm work. Some never learned they didn't know how to tie steel. But they got the opportunity coming out of that project to do so and to learn a trade, Mr. Speaker. And to me, that was the greatest takeaway for me on that project. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of roads to be done. There was one road in Castle Comfort, a link road that we did in the last financial year. The intention is to meet with the other residents of Castle Comfort, Ocean View, in Wall House as well. We have a couple roads that need to be resurfaced. And the intention, I've already started meeting with the residents. And so we have a plan moving forward. I'm not making any promises that I cannot keep, Mr. Speaker. I've said that to the people. But we are meeting and we have a plan that we want to execute as to how we can rehabilitate some of the roads in Castle Comfort and Wall House. And in the coming weeks, I will be meeting with the residents there to inform them of the plans that I have as Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this one keeps me up at night, and I don't normally stay up at night, Mr. Speaker. By the time it's 8 o'clock, I'm in my bed. But especially, there are some people, Mr. Speaker, when you see them, you have to hide. And Honorable Blackmore is one of them. You have to hide when you see it. But, Mr. Speaker, this one has been preoccupying my mind. And I want us to pay attention, and I'm talking about some serious business now, okay? The Emsall Bridge, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since I've been the power rep in 2019, became power rep, I have been fighting tooth and nail. You can ask my colleagues about the bridge. And I just want the people of Emsall to know, Mr. Speaker, that I've not forgotten them. Especially during this hurricane season, I'm having sleepless nights, Mr. Speaker, especially when it rains heavily. But we have a plan. There's an item under the budget for, because I met with the people, Mr. Speaker, and they have said to me that, Parrep, whatever it is you can give us, it could be a crossing, it could be a Bailey Bridge, whatever the case is, we will accept it. And so I have discussed with the cabinet, because all of them were there when I spoke, that we could probably do a Bailey Bridge for the people of Emsall. It is my understanding that the Ministry of Public Works has all the components, and two people told me where I could source, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I have colleagues looking out for me. They told me where I could source 2 Bailey Bridges, but I need 1, but 2. And so there is an item I'm letting my colleagues know that's the only Bailey Bridge. There's an item under the budget on the Ministry of Public Works for Bailey Bridges. But there will be only 1 Bailey Bridge. So I'm putting them on notice that I'm the only person who will get a Bailey Bridge this financial year. And they have all agreed, Mr. Speaker, because they know what I'm going through. And it will be the Emsall Bailey Bridge, Mr. Speaker. Putting them on notice. You see the difference between this side and your side? We have plenty love and unity and cooperation. You all have no love, no unity, and no cooperation. We have Honorable Anthony Charles, who was pleading Not one of you all can try to talk to Honorable Paul to tell her to give the young man a chance. Not one of you all. So do not come and talk about where is the love. The love is right there, right there, right there. And Mr. Speaker, plenty love from my constituents, I can tell you that. Yeah, Roseau South. Don't try anything around there. You'll be in problem. Honorable. Mr. Speaker, I know the people of Egliston. They have been complaining a lot about their main road. We did a section of the back road in Girodale so they could have better access to Egliston, but they're still complaining about the main road, and I understand, and I will be having discussions with the people of Egliston because in doing some groundwork, a couple ideas came up, and there is a link road or a track from Kingshill to Shaflo. Somebody brought that to my attention. So it is you walked it, Dr. Mark. Okay, so it's my intention to walk and to do the feasibility studies to see how can we do a road from Kingshill to Shaflo to Egliston to alleviate the plight of the people in that area. That certainly will open up lands for agriculture, Mr. Speaker, for housing, and the people would have a safer and shorter route to get from Egliston to Roseau. So that is something that I will be discussing with them, speaking to the Minister of Public Works, who's my very good friend and colleague, Honorable Fidel Grant. So I'll be speaking to him about that, and for the engineers to go up there to see what is it that we can do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the budget responds to the cry of our people for jobs, contracts, and business support. The allocation of several millions in small business financing, entrepreneurship support, and innovation grants through the MSME unit and Dexia Reboot program must be directly accessed by our cosmetologists and barbers in Newtown, market vendors in Girodale and Egliston and Kingshill, catering entrepreneurs in Loubier, Citron, and Newtown, construction tradesmen in Bath Estate, fisher folks in Loubier and Newtown, contractors in Kingshill and Fortney. I will work with the Ministry of Trade to ensure Roseau South entrepreneurs receive equal and timely access to these grants and capacity building programs. I also welcome the labor-intensive public works program that will provide maintenance contracts for drains, sidewalks, and public spaces in Roseau South. This is how, Mr. Speaker, we restore dignity through labor. The 107 million allocated to education must mean something tangible in Roseau South. We as a people must strategically position ourselves at every level to take full advantage of these measures. My open door approach, my passionate interest in people's holistic and sustainable development means that I shall facilitate your desire to develop yourself and your family. The Roseau Youth Skills Center on High Street, Newtown on High Street, is offering training in tiling, computer science, information technology, electrical, solar tech, and hospitality, and other programs. These are linked to many sectors such as businesses, entrepreneurship, digital economy, agriculture, and tourism. The expansion of the early childhood education support is important for building a secure platform for human resource development. Your government's continued provision of school uniforms, stationery, laptops, connectivity tools at primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions for our students remains a key priority. Mr. Speaker, some critics will cry and they like to cry, especially those on the other side. New taxes. But the highway maintenance levy, the ecotourism pass, and the visitor processing fee are not arbitrary burdens. They are targeted, they are fair, and they are necessary. The EC $100 per year for private vehicles is equivalent to 27 cents per day. It is less than a bottle of water. Yet, it will contribute significantly to safer and better roads. The US $30 visitor fee and ecotourism pass will strengthen our tourism infrastructure and are standard in most eco destinations. Mr. Speaker, I had a conversation with a young lady who visited St. Lucia 2 weekends ago. And she said to me to visit a site as a foreigner, and she could not bathe in the waterfall. She had to pay $40 just to view, and $20 for locals. In Dominica, we don't charge locals anything. People get to bathe and to bask and to enjoy all in all our sites, not just view. And the fee is very minimal. So, Minister of Tourism, I want to congratulate you on that move. And we have to make people understand that our sites are our treasure, and we have to protect it at any cost. But, Mr. Speaker, more importantly, the government is showing compassion. VAT and duty removed on key food items. Exemption for residents for tourism fees. Support for backyard gardening and local produce. So even if, Honorable Charles, you spoke earlier about the health hazards of eating corned beef and sardine and tuna and all these other thin stuff, we recognize that a lot of our people consume those things. So as a result, we have given a relief for 6 months. But on the other hand, we are saying to you that we want you to grow local, we want you to consume local, and we want you to buy local. Honorable pumpkin you eating, you brought a whole pumpkin for me. You don't eat sardine, Honorable Alfred Pumpkin. You brought a whole pumpkin for me. Mr. Speaker, this is progressive taxation. The marijuana cannabis industry, Mr. Speaker. I do not smoke, I do not buy marijuana, but I am in full support of the measures that were spoken about for the cannabis industry. And Mr. Speaker, if you know the hamlet of Girodale and Egliston and Shafler, Mr. Speaker, what people can benefit from because the soil that we have up there is so rich. Very rich soil, Mr. Speaker. And it is great soil for marijuana cultivation. Mr. Speaker, I have a young lady who recently opened her business. And one of the things that I know, she has taken advantage of every training and every educational program the small business and DYBT has had. And Mr. Honorable Roll is nodding his head because he already knows who I'm speaking of. And that is Shelley's Bell from Girodale, Mr. Speaker. She has a business name, 20 Grams Services. 20 grams, Honorable Blackmore, you can arrest people. I know Your head is on your police. All you want to do is arrest. But we pass the legislation, you can't do that. 20 grams. Mr. Speaker, I'll bring samples for him. Because I'll bring samples for him, Mr. Speaker. Because I know his job is not an easy one with all these guns and violence and so. So when he goes home at night, his wife can give him a nice rub down, Mr. Speaker, with some of the oil. 20 grams. So she has cannabis-infused castor oil, cannabis-infused coconut oil, cannabis-infused massage. That is the one I want to give Honorable Blackmore. Massage oil. And she has cannabis. Honorable Delbert, listen, when you're doing your presentation, obviously you all are distracting me. Honorable, yes, Honorable, you're distracting me. Cannabis, cayenne pepper, and rosemary in coconut oil. Very therapeutic, Mr. Speaker. And it is being grown right in, I will not say because Honorable Black. I have to be careful, right? I have to be very careful, Mr. Speaker. I am, right now, I am scared, Mr. Speaker, but I want to promote her. And I want to congratulate her on her endeavor. And she recently received an award on the DYBT. Yeah, so she's doing well, Mr. Speaker, and that's somebody who started from the bottom and she's climbing. So I welcome the measures for the marijuana cannabis industry. Mr. Speaker, sports remains a top priority for this government. And I listened attentively to Honorable Charles. I love basketball. My favorite team is Lakers. My favorite local team, and Lucky I would smile, is Paybush. They have high energy. Right? I'm not from Maho, Honorable Blackmore, so I can't talk about Blazers, but I witnessed Paybush play at the indoor Kasani facility in Mao, and they were exceptional. Blazers was nowhere there. In their own place, they were nowhere there. But Paybush did very well, Mr. Speaker. And so, this government has done a lot for sports, Honorable Charles, and it's from the grassroots level. We have gone into every nook and cranny, in every village, and I can tell you about there's a basketball court in Point Michel, recently built by this Dominican Labour Party government. In Bath Estate, we have a multi-purpose. So we have, you know what they call the reversible rims? Netball and basketball, we have that. In Thibault, basketball court was rehabilitated. Paybush has their basketball court as well. In Vegas have also. So they are in, as for Bellevue and Pichle, right? The Valley have basketball. So we have courts. We have the infrastructure. I love your idea as it relates to the 21 constituencies and probably having a league. That is something that we can do, and you can take it up with the Sports Council. So I love that idea. We too may have to have a discussion with the associations, because you have the Olympic Committee, you have a basketball association, you have a netball association. I sponsor Spartans, which beat Honorable Celtics Melissa Popon team last season, right? And so, and I'm a sports person. I ran 100 meters, 200 meters. I broke national record. I did relay for so, I mean, you can't tell me about sports. Okay, so I just want to educate you on the number of ventures that this government has undertaken as it relates to sports. Okay, Honorable Charles? But we take your recommendations in good faith, because you're a humble guy, you have plenty love. And so we take your recommendations in good faith. Mr. Speaker, one thing that really got me excited, and I know you have some interest, I will talk about it, the Lubia water bottling plant, Mr. Speaker. When I heard this in the budget, when I heard this, Mr. Speaker, I was really excited about it. Really, really, really excited. Because we know, and I lived in Loubier practically all my life, Fifth Avenue, Madrell, Loubier. And I know the impact that this Dominica Brewery had on the local economy of Loubier. Several young people were engaged and employed in the brewery. So when I heard that, I said that is a very good move by the government. I'm very pleased to be part of this government that are thinking about manufacturing and exporting our water. And so I believe that the purchase of the land where the Dominica Brewery was is a very good move. And we in Roseau South Constituency and the Loubier area, we really and truly welcome that. Okay?
But remember, you said that you know I have an interest, but you won't talk about it. But be clear that I don't have an interest.
No, nothing. No.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, I want to take back that. Okay, I want to withdraw it. Yes, and to withdraw it.
In regards to, because I don't want the public to think I have an interest in that. But in the interest of transparency, it is better you say what I have an interest in, so people can be clear. But I don't have an interest in what you speak about, what you spoke about.
Mr. Speaker, I withdrew, so, okay? Yeah. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I want to turn my attention to my ministerial portfolio and the water sector. Under the water sector strategic plan, the WASCO will be pumping in the economy $31.8 million. The communities that stand to benefit are Cassie Bruce, 7.5 million, Calibishi, 4.8 million, Grand Fort, Rivière Syriac, and Monjon, 8.7 million, Coolibishri, Monrachet, Grand Savan, 10.8 million. And Mr. Speaker, if you note that Salisbury is taking the bigger chunk of the pie, 10.8. So I do not want you to say that the government is forgetting your constituency. In all the communities mentioned, community engagements have already taken place. All the pipelines and fittings are already on island, and work has already commenced in Grand Fort and Coolibishri. These two communities are already starting to feel the impact of this project. Jobs will be created for both skilled and unskilled laborers, and local contractors will have the opportunity to bid on various aspects of the project. I'm also pleased to announce, and the PAL rep for Paybush spoke to it, that the 60,000 gallon tank in Paybush at a cost of $2.1 million has been completed. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to the telecom sector, we have what you call a net for all, and that is at a cost of $10 monthly. And we have seen an increase of 100%, 300 families benefiting from this initiative. It is at a highly concessionary rate to the families, but we spent $500,000 on net for all, and this will continue. The NTRC as well is trying to make technology a bit more exciting, and we normally hold an annual Tech Expo. And last year, the Cassibru Secondary School won the Tech Expo. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to the EC bill, the legal committee and the NTRC met, and we are finalizing the drafting of the EC bill, and we're hoping that the cabinet paper will be prepared and that we can take it to Parliament. Yeah, so the electronics telecommunications bill is a harmonized bill, and so what it will do, it will strengthen the sector. One of the things it will do is protect the consumers as well. So that is something that we welcome. Also, one of the things that I'm happy or excited about that the NTRC did was to sign a license with Starlink, that is for satellite connectivity. And this was done right before the hurricane season. Starlink also donated 10 satellites to the Ministry of National Security. Receivers, sorry, to the Ministry of National Security. Mr. Speaker, let me leave you with these truths. This budget does not abandon the working class, it uplifts them. It does not fear the future, it finances the future. It does not favor the few, it favors the whole country. And to the people of Roseau South, let us not wait for change, let us be the change. Let us not look back in fear, let us step forward in faith. This budget offers more than figures. It offers faith in what we can become. We build homes not just for shelter, but for dignity. We will train our youth not just for jobs, but for nation building. We will honor our elderly not just with pensions, but with presence. We will empower the people of Roseau South, not just with talk, but with transformation. I give this budget my full support because it stands with the poor, plans for the future, and honors the legacy of those who toil before us. Let us rise together with courage and compassion. Let us deliver this budget for the people, with the people, and by the people. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the people of the Roseau South constituency for their patience, their kindness, and their love and understanding. As I always say to them, that I can't do it alone. And so I have a team. I want to thank the Constituency Association, the various party groups, the LYO, the LWO, for their support during the last financial year, 2024-2025. Mr. Speaker, long live Dominica and long live this Dominica Labour Party government. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Poponskerrit, you may proceed.
Special good afternoon to you, Mr. Speaker, members of this honorable House, and let me say a wonderful Good afternoon to my constituents of Roseau Central, who I know are tuned in at this point. I want to say to them, thank you, and your support means everything to me. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot that I have to say where my ministry is concerned, so permit me to refer to my notes.
Permission granted.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon filled with equal measures of pride and purpose. Pride because I'm part of this government that has once again produced a budget that places people at the center of it all. And you will hear throughout, all the measures we have taken is because we are listening to the people on a daily basis. Ordinary, hardworking Dominican families, the business community, at the beating heart of national decision-making. And purpose, because the portfolio that's entrusted to me, housing, land administration, physical planning, urban development, and the stewardship of Roseau Central and the Roseau Central constituency, touches the everyday dreams of our citizens. The roofs over their heads, the title deeds in their hands, the safety of the streets they walk, and the opportunities that brighten their tomorrows. Honorable members, the budget delivered is not an ordinary budget. It's a budget of hope, and it proves that in an era of global turbulence, when other countries are cutting back, where there's turbulence, there's war, supply chain shocks, spiraling construction costs, this Labour government is not pulling back. We will not shrink from investing in the people of Dominica. And so every dollar allocated in these estimates is a vote of confidence in the resilience, the talent, and the potential of the Dominican soil. Budget reminds all of us that leadership does really matter. Mr. Speaker, my contribution will follow 5 clear areas: housing, lands, physical planning, the city of Roseau, and the constituency of Roseau. Housing, Mr. Speaker. It is the most viable expression of a government's covenant to its citizens. Because when a family can get a key in their hand and turn it in a brand new front door to their home, their door, their home, the state has done more than provide just a shelter. It has unlocked security, dignity, and intergenerational wealth. And over the years, this Labour Party government has gone above and beyond in ensuring that we provide proper housing for our citizens. It is a well-known fact that housing is one of the prime necessities of life, and we are fully committed to ensuring that we can facilitate families with owning a home. Mr. Speaker, Campbell and East Communities Resettlement. The much talked about Campbell relocation and the East Coast. The budget funds the relocation of these families who've been living in high-risk zones. Campbell, Petit Soufriere, Saint-Sauveur, and Good Hope. And both sites, Castle Bruce and Warner, they have adequate infrastructure to facilitate the construction works. The funds have already been secured for the construction to take place. Engineer surveys are complete. The site plans are ready. The vulnerable families have already been prioritized, and up to 5 local contractors will soon bid for construction. The contracts for water storage upgrades in Castle Bruce through the WASCO's water strategy and Warner via the Future Housing Program. Mr. Speaker, construction is set to begin on both sites in September 2025. This is a significant investment in our people, and it will mean more jobs for our people. It will mean increased economic activity in these communities. There's one particular principle that we shall enforce, like we have been doing on every housing site. Mr. Speaker, we want local contractors. We want contractors of the community. We want tradesmen from the community. We want laborers from the community because we want the monies to circulate within the community. Mr. Speaker, it is always a wonderful and pleasant sight to see our construction sites where our local women come, they set up shop, they're selling home-cooked lunches to the workers, cold drinks to the builders, and come payday, you will see those same workers reinvest their earnings in the neighborhood businesses, snackettes, the bars. This isn't just construction, it's community revitalization in action and regenerative development in motion. And as the saying goes, when you support local, you build local. And when you build local, you build a legacy. This is exactly what the villages of Warner and Casa Bruce are about to experience. The two parrots sitting to my left. I want to say to you that your constituency is going to experience a surge of jobs. It will experience community pride and economic activity right at their doorsteps. So tell your constituents to get ready because their village is about to come alive. Mr. Speaker, for those who already own a plot but whose houses have fallen into disrepair, the assistance program is still there. We've never stopped helping people fix their homes. Private home renovation continues across the country. This allocation in the estimates exceeds $36 million, Mr. Speaker, and this is directly from the CBI program. This is how we are continuing to touch the lives of people for the CBI program. We have turned the CBI funds into plaster and blocks and bricks and steel right across Dominica, so our own Dominican people can benefit from the CBI program. And that is the power of the CBI, transforming lives of people. Another CBI project, allow me to place on record, Mr. Speaker, the Modern Resilient Housing Development Program. I want to place on record the historic momentum now driving the National Housing Program. This program is, again, directly financed under the CBI project, managed by developer MMC, my friend, CEO Anthony Hayden, as well as Mr. Carl. I want to personally thank them I want to thank these both gentlemen for their consistent attention to detail, patience, and their commitment in delivering on their promises, because it's not an easy task to have 10 housing sites under construction at the same time. You're managing multiple contractors, hundreds of workers, yet they have remained steadfast, and we are seeing the fruits of their labor and their hard work. This is why we are very excited to be able to have the handing over ceremony of 2 of these 10 housing sites. As we speak, 8 major resilient housing sites from Grand Bay in the south to Pennville in the north are nearing completion, and we will hand over keys by December of this year. That is a total of 251 hurricane resilient homes. And let's just say, when you put it into dollars and cents, about 87 million of CBI funds went straight into the hands of the people, directly empowering them, giving them generational wealth and assets that will stand the test of time. Yet, even as we build futures, the naysayers persist. The mentality is that, if I can't have it, no one should. But let me be clear that this is not their decision to make. Because they say don't mix God with politics, but God has opened this CBI financial door for Dominica, and only He will determine when it closes. So while they want to waste energy on fighting progress, we are building swiftly, boldly, and unapologetically for the people of Dominica who deserve it. Just recently, we toured the Scottsdale housing site. The landscaping is complete. The streets are paved. You see the children already running on the verandas. And, we were supposed to hand these homes last week, but there were lots of rain and showers of blessings, I call it. Climate change again, but that's okay. We're building to withstand climate change with these resilient homes, Mr. Speaker. That is what they were built to withstand. Category 5 hurricanes, shatterproof windows, concrete roofs. Mr. Speaker, we delayed, there's a delay, but that's okay because the recipients, it gives them time to beautify their home and they are very excited. The people of Scott said they really have appreciation for their home. They started their own landscaping, cleaning the area, planting the flowers, and they started that a few weeks ago. So that's okay. By the time we do the handover, it's even going to look more beautiful. Following Scott said, we are going to hand over an additional 16 new 3-bedroom family-style homes in Eggleston. Mr. Speaker, in Eggleston, the engineers threaded fiber optic lines through the conduit of every slab, future-proofing households for high-speed internet and digital Dominica. They have solar-ready roofing anchors, which means that panels can be bolted on very easily. As you know, we have no duty on solar panels. So they can turn their rooftops in the future to micro power plants. This is how we are building for the future. The green spaces, they can host exercise stations. There's lots of fruit trees. Because a healthy neighborhood is not measured only in bedrooms, but in breathing rooms. Mr. Speaker, it's a sight to behold. I invite every Dominican to take a drive to Eggleston, take a drive to Scottshead. Those who will be receiving those homes, I must say, you know, they must be truly thankful to the Almighty Father, who's the ultimate provider. Mr. Speaker, moving forward, we have plans for construction works to begin this financial year in Atkinson, Tebow, and in the second phase of Roseau housing program. And they want to say that nothing is happening in Dominica. Are the critics of the government for real? Are they seeing what is happening around them, Mr. Speaker? Sometimes I really have to wonder if it's just them being malicious. Housing Recovery Program. We officially closed the project implementation unit of the Housing Recovery Project in June of this year. Mr. Speaker, we have reached significant milestones through the HRP. 382 hurricane-resilient homes built for deserving families. We have also, through this program, regularized 172 homeowners who did not have secure titles to their property. Over 100 local contractors were engaged, creating employment in different areas. Just this program alone, masons, carpenters, plumbers, and electricians, this program alone employed about 3,800 individuals, Mr. Speaker, across Dominica. Jobs, jobs, jobs. And as this program concludes, I want to express my gratitude to the World Bank and the staff of the HRP for partnering with us on this critical Hurricane Maria recovery effort. Mr. Speaker, I know their supporters left an enduring mark on our island, and I know the people of Dominica will forever cherish and remember the impact of these collective efforts. But Mr. Speaker, I want to address the member Marigot. Oh, he's there, he moved. Yes, I want to address one of the concerns that the member of Marigot raised. Because you spoke to the HRP project, but you must be reminded that this project is owner-driven, which means that we build the homes on the land that the people own. It's not government land. So therefore, once a house is complete, everyone is granted their keys and they enter their home. So we cannot take back the house if the person doesn't move inside their home because it's their land. That's all it is. And I don't know, I've seen cases like that. If it is a psychological problem, Mr. Speaker, we build a brand new home on their land and the shack that they were living in is right next door to a brand new concrete hurricane resilient home and they're not moving in. Yes. So maybe the member, you can speak to the person. I don't know if they're saving it for their children, but it's not a responsibility to have you move into your own home on your own land. Future housing, one of my favorite initiatives, housing initiatives, because Mr. Speaker, if I imagine myself as a single working professional, I would jump on this opportunity. This is the one that would appeal to me because it offers modern, stylish homes at subsidized prices in the scenic village of Warner and Cotton Hill, Portsmouth. Mr. Speaker, if you know these two sites, you'll know that they have breathtaking views of the Caribbean Sea. And these homes we're building, they're affordable, yet high-end. Where else would you find that combination? When you hear a high-end, you think expensive. This is a serious deal. Any young working professional need to jump on this one. Mr. Speaker, at the heart of this program is our commitment to empowering that every Dominican can own a piece of Dominica, their homeland. And we have gone further. The Ministry of Housing, we have negotiated with to negotiate special interest rates with the NBD and the NCCU for qualified applicants. This program will also offer the option to buy residential lots at a concessionary price to build if you own design. As I wrap up on housing, Mr. Speaker, I want the record to reflect this government hasn't just worked. We've executed with excellence. Last fiscal year, a triumph. 81 families handed the keys to their dreams. But this year, we're making history. 286 brand new 3-bedroom homes will soon welcome families. And when we do the calculation, average person per home, that's about 1,400 people, Mr. Speaker, that we are lifting up and out of poverty in this country. That's not progress, that is a revolution, Mr. Speaker. To the critics who dare say we are not working, the proof isn't just in the pudding. It's in the steel foundations that you see across the country, the poured concrete, the tears of joy as families cross into new thresholds. I say, open your eyes. The same hands that rebuilt Dominica after Maria's wrath are now building legacies, brick by brick and home by home. And as the good book says, they will rebuild the ancient ruins and renew the ruined cities. Mr. Speaker, behold, the renewal is now. Dominica is not just recovering. We are rising, stronger, prouder, and with roofs over every head. Titles. To our critics who ask, but what does each of these concrete miracles cost? The answer is straightforward. Any one of these 3-bedroom resilient units, including the land on which it sits, is about $400,000. And to the critics who still ask, a house without a title is worthless, I say to them, are people not sleeping comfortably in their homes? The reasonable response should be yes. Because, Mr. Speaker, our first mission was clear, to build and to get people to sleep in safe, resilient homes as quickly as possible. And that is exactly what we did. But now, we're going to make it official. This is why we have employed a state attorney in the Ministry of Housing, and she has one task. All she's doing is processing titles. She started, and we're moving very fast. We've had about 10 consultations at different housing settlements across Dominica, meeting with the residents to ensure that they're informed about the process and that the ministry will undertake proper assessments to verify the details. It's important to note that the government will cover all fees associated with titles, and you know titles are expensive. Very expensive. This costs in the thousands per person, Mr. Speaker. And so I want to thank our state attorney, Tene Barak Esfri, for her passionate commitment. Very soon, we will see results. I said she's working on the first 2 for me, called it levy. Maybe by September, I'll be able to hand over our first 2 titles. Planning. The division of planning is the backbone of my ministry. It guides the land use, holding the power to approve every construction project. No house is built and no wall is raised without the green light from planning. But for too long, our people have faced frustrating delays. Dreams stalled, mortgages approved. People have their designs ready, yet they're stuck in a waiting game from planning to approve. Mr. Speaker, with all the land that we have sold at low interest rates, with low interest loans now covered, we cannot let bureaucracy kill ambition. When momentum is lost, opportunity is lost. And as the saying goes, delay is a thief of time. And this is why we're acting now. We are going to appoint an executive chairman, and he has one clear mission: modernize planning operations and to fast track the approvals. Mr. Speaker, we want it now. Young people, we want it now. And we want to keep the excitement alive. We want to keep the investments flowing. The progress needs to be unstoppable, because when our people are ready to build, they have their mortgage, they have their money. Mr. Speaker, this government should be ready to say, approved. Rental Housing Market Commission. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that the ministry has established a Rental Housing Commission advisory comprising of key public offices and members of the DIC. The commission has been meeting monthly to prepare recommendations, and by December of this year, we will have recommendations on the rental housing market. Once again, we have listened to the concerns of the people. Too often, tenants are exploited. Tenants, sometimes I hear horror stories. They're forced to live in homes, no water, no electricity. The front door can't even close. It can't even lock. But when the end of the month comes, they're hounded down by the landlord to pay their rent. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. On the other hand, some tenants, when they're asked to vacate by their landlord because they're not paying their rent, they choose to damage the property out of spite. That too is unacceptable. Both scenarios are injustice. So, Mr. Speaker, it's time to bring fairness to the table, landlord and tenants, to the rental market. And this is exactly what we are doing. OK2HP, we've heard the acronym, Opportunity Knocks, 2% housing program named by the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is a program where heroes get homes. We listened, even in the Ministry of Housing, people come in there all the time, they express their frustrations, knowing that they're working and they're not able to qualify for a loan in the bank. We heard the anxieties of our nurses, our police officers, our teachers, whose pay slips, because of other commitments, they simply cannot carry the commercial bank mortgage. And so in response, this is why we launched the OK2HP, a name you will hear echo island-wide. Because the reality is, in today's market, there's no financial institution which is going to offer you a better rate of 2%. 10 million will be made available, a cap at 2% on the full amount. 6-month grace period, targeting our public servants and first-time homeowners who earn less than $45,000 a year. And Mr. Speaker, we've taken to their commitments. This is why we added a 6-month grace period, because the truth is most people are renting. And while they're taking a mortgage, you're still renting. So with this grace period, it gives you a little more wiggle room. It gives you the opportunity to start building with less stress. So at least you know at the end of the 6 months, then you can start paying, because you will pay mortgage, you don't want to pay mortgage and rent at the same time. So we've taken that into consideration. Mr. Speaker, some individuals, they've already purchased government land at a low price, and they're now in the design phase of their home. So I know they're excited to hear about this opportunity. So this ministry, we will work hand in hand with the Housing Loans Board to facilitate the loan application for public officers to build their homes, and we want to fast track this process. We don't want to sleep on it, Mr. Speaker. When we're excited about something, we want it now. The money is there, so let's go. We're also offering to fast track, for those who don't have plans, we're offering pre-approved planning, pre-approved design homes, which is for modern homes, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedrooms. It's available in the Ministry of Housing. We're also giving recommendations on good contractors. And also, we can facilitate concessions on building materials and apply it where applicable. So yes, I will say, yes, that's big news, Dennis. You have to build too. I'll say it again. The government is building and families are building. So this means jobs, jobs, jobs. I remember last year when I said jobs, jobs, jobs. And the opposition elements mocked me when I said it last budget. They turned it into a joke. But today, the joke is on them. Because real jobs are being created for people across this country. And this new initiative will create more jobs for our people. And so it's not just jobs for today, it is confidence for tomorrow. Because let's face it, the real victory is when a young couple can get an affordable mortgage and build a life in Dominica. Not decide they go into the US or the UK or Canada, but stay right here. Not leave Dominica behind and stay here and own a piece of Dominica and make it work and build a generation here, Mr. Speaker. So if I say instead of going to a storeroom and a basement and settling for less, yes, Dennis, that's correct. So if I said jobs, jobs, jobs last time, well, this year I want to tell them what they're going to expect. They're not only going to see jobs, they're going to see employment, occupation, position, role, gigs, post, career, vocation, profession, calling, side hustles, and they're going to see new breadwinners in Dominica. Training. We're not just about building homes and plastering and placing concrete. It's all also about standards and skill development. And so in the wake of Hurricane Maria, we refuse to build back the same way. And this is why we revised the building code, drafted with international engineers. In May of this year, we launched the Home Owners Resilient Manual at a public housing fair on the promenade. A booklet for builders and homeowners were handed over, giving out tips on how to build resilience and how to fortify their home to withstand the test of Mother Nature. Anybody with a home can take this booklet. It's also on our housing website for those who are not present. And Mr. Speaker, another area I'm really excited and happy about, because I realize this is an area we were lacking after Maria. The Ministry of Education, for their TVET, I was part of their graduation earlier, I was happy to attend. 15 graduates, 15 people graduated with CVQ level 3, certified in construction site supervision. This is an area that we had to outsource after Maria because we were lacking here. And this means we no longer have to outsource this key role. Our rebuilding just got more local. We have more skilled people. We have construction site supervision people. Companies are being formed, and it's becoming more sustainable, Mr. Speaker. So I want to thank the Minister for this. Lands is a promise made tangible. It is a collateral that starts a business, the inheritance that sends a child to university, the community anchor that resists social drift. Mr. Speaker, we sold about 47 lots in Jimmet, Hillsborough Gardens, Warner, Kenfield East. And in addition, we have 15 new lots coming from the constituency of Maho very soon. Mainly young professionals, public and police officers in the Maho constituency. And this fiscal year, the minister announced 170, but we have 250 lots on the market for all those looking to own a piece of Dominica. We have in Hillsborough Gardens, Joe Burton, Jimmet, Platma Warner, Union Estate, Kenfield East, Cotton Hill, and Grand Bay. Buyers, as you know, it's for our local people, Mr. Speaker. We sell it for a fraction of the price, a fraction of the commercial rate, because we want them to build. We want them to own land. Mr. Speaker, we cannot ignore the agricultural sector. Our farmers have not been forgotten. The government is also offering lease agreements to farmers and to new farmers as well. State lands, as you heard, will be designated for agricultural development. $1 per acre per year for the first 5 years. 300 acres of land made available. I want to say to the people, jump on this opportunity. We must become the breadbasket of the Caribbean one day. You heard the member of Marigot say, boasting that he makes more than the minister in agriculture. This is an easy new business to venture in, guaranteed to make money from the soil, Mr. Speaker. This is a huge demonstration of the seriousness of the government to empower our people, to facilitate their investments, and to ensure that they can make money. The city of Roseau. As you heard from the Minister of Finance, special attention will be given to the city of Roseau. And Mr. Speaker, I witnessed firsthand the challenges that our people face as the elected member of Parliament for Roseau Central. And each day, I am confronted with the burden of the city of Roseau, where all Dominicans would access key public services, transact business, or take care of their families. A capital city is the veranda of a nation. It must welcome investors. It should impress visitors. It should reassure residents that public order prevails. And my beloved Roseau is a living organism of business and business activities. It's the epicenter of our country. And I have stood in this honorable house since 2019, speaking about 2020, speaking about the Roseau Enhancement Project. And I went as far as declaring that Roseau is already under construction. We haven't seen a crane yet, but the crane coming. Although we have not seen the cranes, and those who oppose development may celebrate the delays every day, but I want to tell them that they're fighting a fighter, because I was not built to retreat. Delay is not defeat, and resistance only sharpens my resolve. I say today that the Roseau enhancement must break ground by God's will. And yes, I agree, it is taking too long. Yes, it frustrated me too. I wanted to come with all these processes. You know, it's taking too long. But the struggles to start will make it even sweeter. And success will shine even brighter when our capital city rises in renewed beauty. So I tell you, wait for it. Wait for it, it is coming. I am proud that this budget earmarked the 40 million from Saudi Arabia Fund for the comprehensive facelift that touches sanitation, security, parking, traffic flow, and commerce. What we need as well, Mr. Speaker, is coordinated and committed effort from the City Council to systematically address the issues impacting the Roseau residents, ensuring that our actions are aligned and mutually supportive. In collaboration, we also need the Ministry of Environment, who are custodians of the Botanical Gardens and Peebles Park, as well as the Ministry of Tourism, who oversee the Bayfront and the Old Market during the tourist season. Of course, Mr. Speaker, much depends on the City Council to manage sidewalk vending. However, we will benefit from the many budget measures, and we will address the issue of garbage collection, sanitation, upgrades to the sidewalk, parking, abandoned lots, and the safety of the city of Roseau. There's big news. The garbage brigade just got a much-needed upgrade. 2 new garbage trucks will be rolling into Roseau next month, and one of them is coming straight to town. Mr. Speaker, this is a win for us. This is a win for the city council. It is victory for the legendary Sonia Williams, as we know, and her unstoppable cleaning squad in Roseau. The folks who treat every little piece of garbage like it offends them, Mr. Speaker. Rain or shine, these hard-working heroes are out there before dawn, before we have time to even sip our morning coffee. But with this new truck, they'll be doubling down on their mission, because a clean city isn't just their job, it is also their pride. The security of our city has to be everybody's responsibility, and we must all play our part. I'm happy that there will be installation of surveillance cameras across the city, marking a forward-thinking move in efforts to reduce crime. Because we're the nature isle. We are known for our safety and our tranquility, and we will not allow a few rogues to tarnish our operations, our reputation, Mr. Speaker. We shall revitalize, shape, and continue to repurpose and preserve the heritage housing in the city of Roseau. And this is all part of our tourism attraction. Vacant and abandoned lots. I am hoping that action will be taken very soon on the abandoned lots in the city. This is something I've advocated for years, Mr. Speaker. And I've been looking to transform these abandoned lots for some time, which would have been an instant facelift to the city. I was recently able to create the first ever child-friendly urban garden right at the entrance of stadium. It's vibrant, it's eye-catching, it has murals, wall planters, colorful planting beds. And do you know why that project succeeded? Because it is the only vacant lot in the city that is government-owned. We have tried before to speak to the owners. There are 129 abandoned lots in the city currently, Mr. Speaker. That's way too much. We've tried to speak to a lot of them are in courts fighting with each other, so we cannot touch the lot. We cannot do anything with it. And so this is why I'm very happy for this initiative. This initiative, government will be acquiring these properties in Roseau, unlocking these investments in the public interest, and thereby job opportunities in the city. Turning these abandoned lots into viable commercial spaces also. Parking can be used for vending, sanitation, it can be used for utility services, and more urban gardens. And I say if there's anybody interested in purchasing property but is facing complications due to ownership issues, this government is going to step in. We will acquire the lot and facilitate its sale to the interested parties. Parking relief is finally here, and this is just the beginning. The government will limit the number of size of reserved parking spaces in the city and introduce a $1,000 fee for standard spots. Parking slots will help alleviating the parking challenges and will also raise funds for the upkeep of the city, maintaining the city, and keeping the city clean. Mr. Speaker, a congested city is evidence, yes, of economic vibrancy, but vibrant doesn't have to mean that it is chaotic. Yes, we want more space, but less chaos. We want a cleaner, more organized Roseau. Mr. Speaker, and that is why I say let us roll with it. Let us move this bill quickly because we want to start. The city is a center of commercial activities where people come to access food, whether for household or for entertainment. Mr. Speaker, as I speak about food, I have to speak about VAT removed on food items, a relief for every citizen. I'm so happy that we're taking this decision to reduce VAT on import duties on a wide range of food items. And this is good news for all of us because it means that the prices of all these items should go down. And I really hope that the merchants will pass the real benefits on to the consumer. So I look forward to the ministry publishing the schedule of prices for these commodities while we encourage the public to be watchdogs, to be the police against those who do price gouging. Mr. Speaker, the truth is when we walk through the grocery aisles, we hear the complaints of people. And this is why we decided to take action to help alleviate the challenges that are facing people. But I want to say to the people that nothing beats price cuts. Nothing, and I mean nothing beats price cuts. I mean nothing beats growing your own food. Even in Roseau, where our space is tight, a simple herb garden means that you don't have to buy seasonings anymore. Mr. Speaker, just go in your backyard and snip what you need. You don't have land? That's not a problem. Get some planting bags from the Ministry of Agriculture, grow beans, you can grow tomatoes, carrots, potatoes, right on your concrete backyard or on your porch in Roseau or in the urban area. City folks, I'm talking to you. The rents are higher in the city, prices are soaring. I'm appealing to you and advising you to turn the alleyways, to turn your concrete backyards and your window sills into your personal produce section. I guarantee you your wallet and your plate will thank you. And your health, that's it. Bayfront Ferry Terminal. I am pleased that the Ministry of Tourism is studying the competitive market and making sound decisions, and that the new cruise ferry terminal will stay right here in Roseau. It's not going nowhere else, it's not going in North, it's not going in Woodbridge Bay, it's staying right there in the capital city. Because that is where the tourists want to disembark. Mr. Speaker. Yeah, my finger went on it. Mr. Speaker, right here in Roseau is where the tourists want to disembark. Because when you think of it, when you travel, you want to see the city. You want to see how the people live. You want to shop. And it's going to not just include a ferry terminal, but it's going to include duty-free shopping, restaurants, Mr. Speaker, and a beautiful hangout spot. So I'm really excited about this. Constituency of Roseau Central. Mr. Speaker, constituency representation is where national policy touches the palm of an individual, shaking the power rep's hand, either in your office or at the home. And we as power reps are always thinking of ways to create greater opportunities for our people. In the past year alone, my team in Roseau Central, we've distributed food vouchers to our residents, large families, small families, school uniforms to the government, textbooks, bus fares for primary and secondary schools, grocery hampers to mothers, single mother program. Mr. Speaker, our youth, we pay special attention to our youth in Roseau Central. Our children, they are equally critical. This summer, I had the joy of hosting about 70 amazing students, children, at the annual Roseau Central Summer Camp. And this year we decided to get outside more instead of staying in and doing work. We dove into all sorts of fun, from pottery making to sulfur spa days to historical sites, beach cleanups. But hands down, I must say one of their favorites was learning how to make soap with our very own soap queen right here, Honorable Akira Joseph of Nature Blends. So I want to thank you for that, and I have a confession because parents are calling me and telling me that all their little girls have them on Amazon looking for something because all of them want to start their soap empire. So I don't know if I created more competition for you, but you've certainly inspired a lot of children in this area. I want to thank you, and it was a joyous day for bringing your students from the Cambridge constituency to join us here in Roseau. Mr. Speaker, we also had the Chinese Cultural Open Day at the Chinese Embassy. The children learned a little bit of Mandarin, mastering some table tennis shots, trying Asian cuisine, and forging friendships that stretch beyond our shores. And I want to say that I'm deeply grateful to the Embassy of the People's Republic of China and His Excellency Chu Muangming, the ambassador, for making this opportunity possible. And we heard from the member of Marigot mention that we need to introduce martial arts here. Well, I have some good news, because on that day, I met with the world champion Kung Fu master, Mr. Gao. And we are planning to introduce Kung Fu, which is a type of martial art for kids and for children. And I was also interested, so I asked him, can I do Kung Fu too? So he said, for ladies, it's Tai Chi, because it's a little bit more it's elegant, but you can still fight, you know? But you're just a bit more elegant. You want to join? So this, and it's important to note that actually, why we also want to introduce this is because Kung Fu has now been recognized as an Olympic sport. So we can actually take part in that part of the Olympics. So yes, it may not come to Marigot first, but it will come to Roseau first. But you know, you can come and learn down here. I also want to extend my heartfelt thanks to the people of the ambassador, the government, and the people of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela for their continued solidarity with Dominica. Mr. Speaker, the Venezuelan ambassador, His Excellency Jose Savelli, hosted the first ever Venezuela Day. Our children were exposed to the rich culture of Venezuela, highlighting our diplomatic relations, sharing culture, art, sport, dance, food. And so I want to express to the ambassador on behalf of the 70 children our appreciation for what you have done. I say thank you to both of you. Closer to home, the transformation of the historic Dominica Club on High Street into a multi-sport area. You may see it at a halt now, but it's going to pick up. We'll be introducing pickleball, rollerblading, tennis. It's now back on track. Thanks to the generous donations of Pan Am Sports through the Olympic Committee, as well as the steadfast support again from the Ambassador of China to Dominica, His Excellency Chu Moaming. I want to say a special thank you to them. We are going to continue. We're starting again with fixing the courts, and this project will be completed before the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, I'm thrilled to announce that this year's annual Roseau Central Back to School program is ready to pop. I mean, really pop. Last year, we had about 600 students walking away with school bags, stationery, awards. We wrapped it up with a big summer splash at People's Park. It was a perfect send-off from summer and placing them into school mood. New friends, fresh uniforms, new bags. And this year is going to be no different. We're bringing the energy, the excitement, and the goodies again. Because let's be honest, they say to me, the old school bag they have, they don't want it again. It's retired, they don't want to see it. So now we have school running past 1 p.m. They need their lunch kits, their bottles, their works. And so this is what we strive to do. Make back to school feel like a celebration, not a chore. In fact, this is why every time we have this program, we hear them saying, I can't wait for school to open. I can't wait. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. Kids counting down to school and not Christmas. Speaking of school, let's talk about the grammar school. Mr. Speaker, a journey with its fair share of challenges. But this new school year, we are going to celebrate victory. This year, Roseau Central will finally see its iconic flagship grammar school completed, at least in the first phase, which means that students can move into the first phase of this landmark achievement for the community. And here's the best part. When September rolls around, the brand new wing is going to open with pristine desk, chairs ready to welcome our students. And I'm very excited about this. I want to thank my colleague, Honorable Alfred, whose relentless leadership and pushing this project forward and making this dream, a reality. I must say, teamwork makes the dream work. Roseau Central, your world-class grammar school is here. And so get ready to make history. Christmas Village. Mr. Speaker, the most wonderful time of the year is just 6 months away. And the countdown for me has officially begun. Last year, about 60 vendors participated. And this year, we are going to celebrate the 5th anniversary of the Christmas Village in Roseau. This is our nation's most magical, anticipated holiday showcase. Mr. Speaker, you've been the breathtaking lights, the whimsical decor, the electrifying rides, the sorrel and the fruitcake. I mean, when you just walk inside there, your stress just falls on the wayside because it's a spectacle. And yes, we are doing it again, bigger and brighter and bolder. But we have a wow factor this year. We're introducing young bosses holiday market. Our kids are brilliant. They're innovative. They're watching TikTok and they're seeing how to make things. And they are full of big ideas. And so this year, we want to give them the spotlight. A special zone just for children entrepreneurs to showcase their crafts, their goodies, and their talents. So we have enough time now. I'm appealing to the parents. If you're listening, this is your moment. Help your child to turn their hobby, their talent, or their business idea into something magical. We'll be offering free display areas just for them. Because let's face it, during Christmas, it's the children that run things. So we want to give them their room. They're in charge. Registration is coming soon, so don't let them miss this chance. Be a part, let them be a part of this holiday hustle. Get ready, Dominica, because this Christmas village is not just a celebration in 2025, it is a movement. Constituents of Roseau Central. Mr. Speaker, I want to make one thing undeniably clear, that the people of Roseau Central didn't just elect me, they fought for me. They stood in the rain, they stood in the sun, they raised their voices, and they placed their trust in these hands. And so every day that I walk into this chamber, I carry that trust like a torch. My mission is simple, to fight for them with the same fire that they fought for me. Mr. Speaker, I scan every policy, I scan every program, I scan every opportunity that this government offers, and to make sure that Roseau Central is not just included, they're part of it and they're at the top. I disseminate information quick so they can apply, they can be part of it. I call the minister, push this person for me, push this person for me, to make sure we get a piece of the pie.
10 more minutes.
That's not politics, that's a promise. Yeah,
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Honorable Minister be granted 10 additional minutes to complete a presentation.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Popon Skerrit be given an additional 10 minutes. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Honorable Popon Skerrit, you are given an additional 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, like I was saying about my constituents, when your constituents move mountains to put you here, you better be sure to move heaven and earth to deliver for them. And that is exactly what I strive to do, day after day, victory after victory, because nothing brings me greater joy than seeing my people thrive. Their strength inspires me, their resilience humbles me, and their trust is in the honor of my lifetime. So I want to thank them for their unwavering support. Mr. Speaker, Roseau Central is a thriving hub of energy and opportunity, where people don't just wait for progress, they seize it, they grab it, they go for it. And so this is why, too, they are benefiting from every single policy, program, and initiative that this government has to offer. And let me tell you, the list is impressive. They're receiving small business grants, NEP employment, jobs in the private sector. Even my constituency office serves as an employment agency, Mr. Speaker, because our eyes are always glued, looking to see which space in Roseau, which company in Roseau is hiring. Yes, We Care program, overseas medical financing, the 65+ program, eye care assistance. We've got our people covered at every stage of life. Let's not talk about education, school transport, uniform, books. Young people going to China for protocol training. There's a second set which is just left, just came back from agro-processing. There's another subset, another set of 20 students going again for protocol training in China, Mr. Speaker. Roseau Central is represented. Housing help, materials and financial support. Subsidized land, agricultural grants, even swipers for handymen, even boats for fishermen through the Ministry of Agriculture. And let's not forget the extras that make life a little brighter. Our consistent financial support, single mothers program, clothing drive, soup kitchen, back to school program, hurricane preparedness kits, our little egg hunts, our Christmas cheer, our Mother's Day, our Father's Day, even dignified funeral support when families need it the most. And that's always done in Roseau Central. Where progress isn't promised, it is delivered. Mr. Speaker, financing development of a country is not an easy task. And Dominica's CBI program has withstood international scrutiny, revamped its due diligence protocols, and emerged stronger. The proof of the positive impact on our people and our country is on the ground, in roofs, in roads, in health centers, infrastructure. So those who criticize CBI should offer an alternative plan, something that can bring you 500 million over 5 years. I don't understand why some people want to destroy what is good, something that pulls people up and out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I have taken this honorable house through completing housing sites, fertile acres waiting on seedlings, along streets soon to sparkle, and homes already warmed by the laughter of children who finally have a room of their own. This is a budget of hope because it was drafted with open ears. We walked the communities, we walked the aisles of the supermarket, we listened during town hall meetings, and in supermarket aisles, we distilled aspirations into allocations. And so, with gratitude to the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, and with faith in the indomitable spirit of Dominica, I fully support the estimates for 2025 to 2026 made by the people, for the people, and destined to lift the people. Honorable colleagues, if hope had a metric, it would be the widening smile of a homeowner signing that first mortgage at 2% interest. It would be the farmer stooping to harvest peppers on a once idle acre of land, or a cruise ship passenger uploading a sunset photograph on a spotless bayfront. Those smiles are the return on investment that we debate today. Let us therefore pass these estimates not as routine exercise, but as a resounding declaration that Dominica chooses optimism over inertia every single time. Mr. Speaker, if I sound passionate, it's because the stakes are high. A budget is often dismissed as columns of numbers, but behind each column beats a Dominican heart. And so I say, let's pass this bill, and let's author a new chapter in which thousands of those hearts rest easier beneath our resilient roofs. Set roots in tidal soil, walk confidently through a clean, creative capital. I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to my permanent secretary, Mr. Reginald Sevre, for his unwavering commitment and tireless work. This man is often burning midnight oil just to get things done in a timely fashion. To Roselia Basil and the dedicated staff of my ministry, I say thank you for your dedication and support and hard work. In this budget, we have seen the fruits of our labor, what we have fought for, guided by the consultations and the people who walk into our office every single day. Special thank you to Samuel Augustine, the coordinator of urban development, for your dedicated team. They call themselves Team Mel, Mr. Speaker. They designed their whole uniform, Team Mel, working for the people. I mean, I love it. They did it on their own, so it's very flattering to me. But I want to thank them for their outstanding work in managing our housing, our constituency projects in and around Roseau. Their efficiency and transparency and strong track record for delivering results on time is truly appreciated. I want to salute my staff at my constituency office, Terry Green, Jasmine, Ann, Nadia, Hannah, and Sel, for keeping the wheels turning when I'm not around. And they have been working around the clock, Mr. Speaker, to get everything in place for when September 1st reach electoral reform, when we can start to begin cleaning up that voters list and to find out, which we are most interested in, all those who are mysteriously listed with no addresses at all. But Mr. Speaker, you ran Roseau, you know, I often wonder if you even know them. But Mr. Speaker, I want to salute my cabinet colleagues whose portfolios dovetail with mine Because without good roads, our house is isolated. Without stable electricity, our city stalls. Without small business assistance, we would not see all the new innovative businesses and products on our shelves in Dominica. As we close this chapter and we embark on a new journey, I want to leave you with a sense of hope, a sense of purpose, and a sense of pride that this budget is more than just numbers. It's a blueprint for a brighter future. It's a testament to our collective resilience, determination, and unwavering commitment to progress. We're creating opportunities for our people to thrive, to grow, and to succeed. We are building the foundations for economic growth, job creation, and for innovation. And we are ensuring that every citizen has access to affordable housing, a fundamental right that unlocks dignity, security, and peace. Mr. Speaker, let us celebrate our achievements, learn from our challenges, and strive for excellence. Let us demonstrate to the world that little Dominica, we're a nation of resilience, of creativity, and wondering of optimism. Together, Mr. Speaker, we can achieve greatness. Together, we'll build Dominica that is prosperous, inclusive, and full of hope. A dynamic Dominica where every citizen can live with dignity, purpose, and pride. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this honorable house be suspended for dinner until 7:45.
Yeah. Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that this honorable house be suspended until 7:45 this evening. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House stands suspended until 7:45 p.m. this evening.